think. Whoops, that's a bit quiet. I think we're live. Welcome, everyone. Or 3 people, actually. YouTube is doing some really weird stuff right now. It started out at 7 and then dropped to 1 and then 3 people. I have no idea who's here right now. Seems like Pepper is here and somehow not appearing in live chat. What? Okay, I'm definitely starting multi-streaming. YouTube is kind of What's happening? Why is chat not working? Okay. Oscarik somehow got suppressed by top chat. There we go. Oh, Polly's here again. Hi. Okay. We have some stuff planned for today. Not a lot, but I mean, this can pretty much be stretched out as long as I want because instant status is nowhere near finished or usable. Bob E. I agree. And now we have officially more people in chat than YouTube is thinking I have. But yeah, since I'm not partnered anywhere, I'm pretty sure I can start multi-streaming. Which, yeah, let's check that out first, actually. Restream, I think it's called. My internet definitely can't handle native streaming to multiple services, so I might have to use a proxy like this. But actually, I'm not sure if this shows any API keys. I can just edit settings, event, create event, title, live with. Oh god, so this creates another stream then. Why can't it just stream to my normal stream? Okay, then maybe not. But yeah, multi-streaming on Twitch is probably a good idea. And DLive, is this DLive? I think, yeah. Facebook as well. ABC, hello. Twitch might be interesting. They have Linux tags, development, etc. So more people may find it. I think discoverability on Twitch is not great. Many people rely on clip channels for people to find their Twitch channel. So people view or find them on YouTube. And then once they've gone through the highlights and want to see everything, they go to Twitch. I think that's usually how it works. But I mean, yeah, look at my numbers. I'm an expert on this stuff. Okay. So yeah, no restream today, but maybe next time. And I think I'm glad I got the name. I don't have people's names squatting on different platforms with my name. 25 followers, not bad for not having done anything. Clip channel when? I mean, if someone wants to do it, you feel free to use all my streaming footage for clip channels. I don't have enough epic fails yet, but maybe in the futures. In the futures. Rickroll Master 101. I really like InstantOS. Cool, thank you. Okay. So yeah, instant status is going to be the new status text generator, which will generate text to put up here. It will not be a status bar like, what's it called? Lemon bar or polybar, but instead will generate text and the window manager will render it, just like on DWM, but with some markup, so we can do these nice colored things. Okay, yeah. And what I wanted to do is to apply NVIDIA settings on startup. So yeah, NVIDIA has this awful thing that it, Where is it actually? Color correction. There, it switched the default color space to stuff that is heavily clipping on my monitor. Clipping? I think it's called clipping, meaning that dark grays become completely black and very light grays become completely white. So that has the advantage that you have better contrast because you have more vibrant colors and stuff. But the big disadvantage that you're just cutting off the ends. Like, for example, on Google. Okay, I have dark mode enabled now. But in the light mode version, actually, let's do a private tab. Yeah, this has a gradient. Not a gradient. This has some light gray stuff and some completely white stuff. And with the default NVIDIA settings, you cannot tell them apart. And if you're using NVIDIA and you can't tell a difference between these and these colors, I can definitely show that they are different. So yeah, this one's white and the other one is pale gray. If you can't see a difference and you're on NVIDIA, then NVIDIA fuck you, of course, but also go into your NVIDIA settings, go to your monitor, color correction, controls, and change the color space from RGB to this very market-friendly name. And then it should work. Problem is it doesn't apply automatically between reboots. You have to run a single command. Yeah, that's the background of this. It'll be a single command. We let the bots do it. Yeah, I mean, on Twitch, people can just create clips by marking times in the stream, I think. And then you could just create a bot that puts all of these together, adds an intro, outro, some transitions, title cards, and uploads it to YouTube. I think that's a great concept. There was a bot that was doing this with SMP Live while it was still alive. And I think it had some amount of success. And I mean, it doesn't cost a lot. Cool, yeah. Really love the OS, great work. Use it as a daily driver since beta 5 and really enjoy the simplicity. Thank you, cool. I mean, yeah, if you're somehow knowing what you're doing, you can already use it as a daily driver. There's nothing major breaking. Suggestion. Nowadays, most of the Unix utilities are rewritten in Rust. Thoughts to include them by default. If you know about them, then you probably install them yourself. I think one problem with the Rust rewrites is that they're a lot bigger. Like, I don't know how big grep is. Let's check. $160 KB. Compare this with ripgrep, which is 4.4 MB. This is a huge difference. And of course, both of these are not big. They're extremely small and nothing you should worry about. But if you're replacing every single one of the GNU utilities with the Rust equivalent, then it kind of does add up. Like 100 or 200 megabytes of additional installation size, I think would be noticeable. And yeah, if they become more popular, sure. I mean, I'm using ripgrep all the time, and it's really cool compared to grep that you have kind of the smart stuff included. But yeah, I think not enough people use them yet to warrant default inclusion. But I keep an eye on them, and I mean, I'm using a lot of them myself. There was a message on Discord right now, right? Just... Oh, Recrawl Master 101 is on the Discord. Ooh. Yeah. Promotion. I have a Discord, or actually the Insta project. I also have a personal one where I test out shitty bots and... Ooh, I haven't seen this yet. Okay. That's interesting. But, ooh, yeah, I've also seen this, but I tried making a bot that interacts with mods, which are basically text-based MMORPGs that you could play by just posting Discord messages, and then the bot responds with whatever is happening in the game. And meme bots and whatever. But yeah, getting off topic. There's an InstantOS Discord, which is just discord.io/InstantOS. And there are people on there. We're doing support, talking, suggestions, memes, bunch of stuff. And yeah, it's a cool place. And Christoph is here. Yo. So the uwoos. did the bot do some uwoos? Oh yeah, this is also I don't know if you remember the creeper meme. Whatever. The creeper meme. With our man. So we back in the mine. And then the bot does the meme, the Discord meme with you, and if you do something wrong, then it gets really upset with you. Okay, enough talk about Discord. Oh yeah, one last thing, the Discord is bridged to Matrix, IRC, Telegram, so it doesn't really matter which platform you're using. This channel is accessible from everywhere. Meaning if I open up hoping that I don't expose any DMs. If I open up Element and go to the InstantOS channel, it's loading. Okay, never mind. Matrix doesn't want to do its thing right now. Okay. Oh yeah, we can see it right here. People can post through Telegram, and then it gets forwarded. So applying NVIDIA settings on startup is basically just going into the AutoStart script. Let's see if we already have an NVIDIA section, which we do. Let's check auto switch. Okay, no, auto switch is definitely not the thing we're looking for. Let's do it here. If command -v I did too much Rust. Then NVIDIA settings. By the way, I'm still using the new mic arm, and I'm definitely having to get used to not seeing my keyboard. Probably a good idea, since touch typing is faster, and I should learn it properly. Okay, I think that's it. Apply NVIDIA settings after reboot. I don't think it needs a comment. Load NVIDIA settings. NVIDIA user settings. All right. Anime. I'm doing it all the time, and shell format always undoes it for me. But yeah, I don't use semicolons and bash at all. But yeah, shell format hides my barbaric manners in bash. Apply NVIDIA settings on startup. Whoops. What happened there? Default apps. Oh yeah. $30 delay. Yeah, it's the YouTube thing, but it does have its upsides, since if my internet goes down a bit, it can just send the last second again, and then YouTube can buffer it. And I don't think less latency would do the stream any good with my internet connection. Yeah, one of the 2 items can be crossed out now. And do the big one, instant status. I have top chat. Oh my god. Why did it change again? Anything? Is this less messages right now? Oh, I'm not sure. I could also host my own chat. Or yeah, maybe that's a bigger project, but there are now there's a Twitch streamer called Destiny, which actually started streaming before Twitch was a thing. He was like the first full-time streamer. But he has his own website where there's a chat, and then whatever he happens to be streaming on is embedded here, which means that basically he's very platform independent and just has a separate chat, and in case he gets banned from Twitch, he can just put his YouTube there, or DLive, or self-host, whatever. And if people are subscribing to him on this website and watching him on this website, then all the platforms have this one website, and it's pretty cool. And all of this is open source, so you can just self-host it. And there are a bunch of copycats, not only in terms of the website, but also the content. But I think this is a great idea, these kind of websites. A lot of streamers use IRC, so a few who coded their own YouTube integration. So like Meta bridge between YouTube and IRC, or what exactly? Not sure I'm getting that. Is he a software developer or something? No, this is community developed. Yeah, the website is available here. It has surprisingly few stars. So people are not super interested in this. Or actually, rather, it's very... I think some stuff is hard-coded to his streaming stuff. But yeah, I think this should be way more common. Like most streamers should not exclusively rely on one website, and instead do something like this. I think this is cool. Okay, anyway. Yeah, I'm interested in this IRC integration thing though. So yeah, is it synchronized between chat, or they're just using IRC, an IRC channel, and then having this open instead of the chat window? Okay, there's some stuff in here that I haven't committed yet. This can definitely go. And oh, by the way, Polly, I haven't forgot about your pull request. I'm gonna check that out definitely. And actually, I forgot that I didn't push this yet. I think your pull request actually contains some of this. That's kind of funny. The IRC messages forwarded to YouTube chat and vice versa. Oh, That's super interesting. I was planning on doing that myself between Twitch chat and YouTube chat. But yeah, the YouTube API is kind of shit. With Twitch, there's a lot of libraries available. So that definitely won't be a problem getting the Twitch messages. But forwarding them to YouTube will definitely be interesting. Like comments, entries from command line and stuff. Is this stuff available open source, or is it just for this one streamer and hard-coded? Having a conversation with 30-second delay. Stiff. Okay. So now let's check out the pull request by Polly. Use string from UTF. Use string from UTF-8 instead of string from UTF-8. I'll definitely do that. Didn't know this was a thing. String from UTF-8. This then means that, how can I do the string trimming then? No. I'll just see if trim also returns a string. Yeah, string from UTF-8, which means this can go now. And this I think this should work. Nope. What's wrong here? Oh yeah. Expected struct. Trim does return string that's problematic. Oh, I'm in need of a string here, right? Command output. Render. Oh, yeah, render is supposed to return why is it not complaining though? That's kind of strange. Okay, then let's leave that alone for now. But I think we do have other. Oh, that's the only one. I mean, the IDE is not complaining, so it could theoretically be fine, maybe, hopefully. You can print str, that's why it's fine. Oh, it's getting formatted. Yeah, of course. Okay, yeah, that seems fine. Okay, remove needless path new. The push is smart enough to figure out how to convert a string to a path. So this can go. Actually, let's remove the parentheses first. Perfect. I did not see your message, Pepper, have similar problems. Chat disconnected. I have never seen this. Oh shit. I could also do a Discord channel that's also just a mirror of the stream chat. I think that would be cool. Discord, also, yeah, the whole stuff. If I do Discord to Twitch, then I can use MetaBridge to also do the entire rest of it, which could be cool. Or just create a MetaBridge integration for Twitch chat and YouTube chat. Okay, then next one. Oh, we probably have another path new. Yep. Actually, how can a function take different types? Is it just a trait? Did you see that Microsoft built VS Code into GitHub? I did hear about the CodeSpace thing, but I haven't gotten an invite yet, if you're talking about that. Like, are CodeSpaces released now? Just press dot when any repo is open in a regular browser. Really? Holy shit. Is this the CodeSpaces thing that it took ages to release? I did not know that. GitHub CodeSpaces. Get started. Oh, they're released. Are they? Oh my god. I just didn't hear about this. Or is this something different? It's not here yet. Okay, it's not CodeSpaces. Yeah, CodeSpaces gives you a container to execute stuff on. I think this is literally just the open source. Actually, isn't this GitHub 1s.com/instant OS? GitHub 1s. I mean, this exists as well. I think that's basically the same thing. Seems like it's literally the same. Preview. Yeah, it's lacking stuff also. Can I get extensions? You are such a piece of shit, Microsoft. Oh my god. The terms of service forbid any forks of using the extension store, which means this doesn't have extensions. I have to upload the file or stuff. Or actually, they might have changed this. No. Can I do this? Yeah, it works here. But I think this is actually the same VS Code fork. This is definitely different from the normal. No, okay, but it's not CodeSpaces yet. The thing about CodeSpaces is that they give you a container to really use all of Visual Studio, like extensions that require native components, which obviously don't work in a browser, like C, C++, CLang integration, Rust analyzer, all that stuff. No idea what they call it officially. I don't think this has been announced anywhere. But I don't know. Just an Easter egg. And I got an invite for Copilot and what's the other thing? Actions. A lot earlier than CodeSpaces, which I don't know. I haven't seen many people getting an invite to this anyway. Okay, I think I closed the pull request accidentally. Chat. Back to the pull request. Do we have any other path.new instances? No, there was it. Okay. Move script path allocation. As far as I can tell, the script of a path will rarely or never change. So we should just pre-allocate it in new to minimize allocations during render. You could pre-allocate the command string too, but I think it will be an overkill. It's not like we need the fastest status in the world. Command string. Oh, you mean this one. That's actually true. But yeah, my concern was storage that shorter strings, because having the absolute path in every single applet is obviously a lot of duplication, but I don't think that's something to worry about. Allocations actually take more time and they're getting done repeatedly. So yeah. Script path. Oh, yeah. This okay, brain broke for a minute. Okay, script path. Yes, I've read through the PR a bit previously, and yeah, script path. I mean, yes, what I was talking about was that this and this, all that is then allocated and kept for every single one of them. Although the only thing that interests us is just the name. But yeah, you're probably right that worrying about this is insane. So yeah, let's move that into new. Should we maybe Discord for voice, so that it just go into a voice channel? I mean, we can do that. It's not like we're having too many people in the live stream that would then just raid the call. Yeah, I mean, Polly, if you're up for it, I'll hop into development. Okay, maybe you'll have to then hear the desktop audio. We'll put that all the way up. Then, oh, hello.
Hello.
Okay, can you guys in chat? I don't feel comfortable with that. That's all right. It's fine. And Darko Mesaris is here. Noah, moin. Got another German. The open source store is really good. Open source store for what exactly? Is there a community extension store for VS Code? I've never heard of that. Okay. As far as I can tell, the path of the script will never change. Allocate it in new. So inside new, we can we'll definitely give it a script path. And later on, we'll probably remove script then. Or actually, we should replace script with name, which would require us to use refactoring tools, which I've never done in COC. MK Blast, sup guys? What's up? The store is called OpenVSX. Huh. VS Code compatible editors. It's getting a genre now. Looks cool.
Yeah, there's VS Codium, for instance, which is the same thing that ungoogled Chromium is for VS Code.
Yeah. Or Code OSS, actually, I think. But has VS Codium, or have they switched to this as a default?
I might just misremembering, but there's a version of VS Code that has the Microsoft stuff removed and just uses the open source store and things like that.
I think it's the one that ships with Arch, actually. There's Code OSS and VS Codium. Both of them have Microsoft stuff removed. VS Codium, people are saying. VS Codium versus Code OSS. Yeah, Code OSS is by Arch Linux, I think. Code OSS is what you get when you build the VS Code from source. Just a build script that automatically builds from source when... Okay, then what's the build that's shipping from Microsoft if it's not built from the VS Code source? Okay. Uses open source variant. Yeah, I thought VS Code, like the VS Code binary version that you get from the website. Is this not open source? I think, yeah, it's literally in the title. It's kind of misleading if it is. It's kind of insane. Or maybe it's just the branding. But I think VS Code OSS actually does have the store removed, which would make the store closed source, or maybe it's in another repo. Microsoft is built as only in the AUR. I do have the Microsoft build installed because the Arch version doesn't have access to the store, or at least didn't when I checked last time. Or actually, there's something in the AUR code. What's it called? Code features. I think this is what it's called. Patch.sh. Yeah, I think enough with the VS Code. It has property layer on top of built on open source. Oh god, no. This is not seriously closed source. Please. Like, how? So it's basically like Chrome and Chromium. They're putting stuff into Chromium and slowly chipping away at features and then putting them in Chrome. Is VS Code proprietary? Microsoft gives you something for free. You're the product, heavy telemetry in VS Code. Yeah, but I thought that, like, of course, if they do telemetry, then people can just edit it out. And then I thought that was what VS Code OSS was. But apparently the telemetry is actually proprietary. Like Chrome and Chromium. That's kind of insane. I did not know that. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Maybe this needs to go. Alright, maybe are parts of VS Code proprietary? The entire marketplace. I mean, the server definitely is proprietary. Extensions are proprietary? Marketplace? Interesting. I stay away from Electron-based applications as much as possible. Yeah, so do I. I don't like it. The most horrible offender of this is actually the Epic Store, which is not using Electron, but rather is Unreal Engine 4 as a wrapper for Electron or some kind of Chromium-based stuff. Is Epic Store Epic Game Store Electron? Electron style. Someone said on Reddit that it was actually Unreal Engine 4 for a store application. Okay, but now for real, back to programming. Oh, still have this running. Okay, then I think we'll keep location actually. Maybe that could be useful later. But we have location. This then isn't self, it's just location. Also, oh, this would require giving new the data, but we can do that. So data, status data. Then this is then just the name. Hopefully I didn't. Okay, I didn't accidentally edit anything here. Then script path is script path. Okay, this is now shut up. And of course the new call is incorrect now. Where is it? Data. And we can remove the data from the render method then, which means self.script path and remove the data. mkblast is bitwise or in Chromium. Bitwise Chromium VS Code. I don't know what that would be. My headphones are doing weird noises. Okay, now it's gone. Okay. By the way, if you didn't know, .noh for unselecting text from searching and stuff. .noh, which is probably no highlight.
It is.
Oh. I think /ASDF is still faster. But I don't know. Maybe get a binding for this. Oh, okay, but the highlight comes back. Then data can go. Do a test run. Hello. Zdazd. Cool. Next thing I'll maybe do, or actually, let's go through the rest of the pull request, if there was anything that we didn't check out yet. It's generally good practice to use expect over unwrap. Okay. Yeah, expect exits with an error message. Unwrap. No config dir. Found our .config not existing or not readable. .toString will probably never fail, because if it fails here, then yeah, you know the drill. Using ASDF as well. Yes. I don't know if you've ever seen a George Hotz, I think that's what he's called, stream, but he has this tick that he does /ASDF like every 2 seconds. It can get kind of annoying.
I mean, what I don't get is if you do an empty search in Vim, that in my opinion should just be the same as no highlight.
That's pretty sensitive actually, because I think the current behavior is... Wait, what? Okay, the current behavior is just repeating the last search. But I mean, we have n for this. We don't really need that. Maybe I could somehow script this in my vimrc. Okay. Then output standard out. I mean, if... Yeah, this probably also doesn't fail, since output standard out will then go to the error if this fails. This is just testing. No, it's not actually. We don't need this actually. We can just do data.config path. Or can we not? Oh. Okay. Config path str path buffer. Actually, no, let's give this another name. And then config path. No, so, yeah. Actually, confuse bit and fax and logic. We do this. And then maybe cache this. Let equals this stuff. And then just do this. And also this can go and be replaced with cpath. Unless it's borrowed. Okay. Can we clone this? Yes, we can. And then in here we can do data.config path buff.clone cpath.clone, yeah. Copamed, hi YouTube. Oh, I think Copamed was... Wait, no. Who were you before, actually, before you decided to do this? Were you Copamed? Is this the same person? June 11th? June 11th, yeah, seems to be the same person. Okay, I'm not crazy. Yeah, by the way, thanks for changing your name back. Worked, by the way. Yeah. And who's doing this over there? Silence, wench. Do not I wish to not be disturbed. Okay. Then new gets the data. We don't need to pass it upon rendering. Configure unwrap, 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 unwrap. Don't need any of this stuff. This also doesn't need anything special. What is the window manager? I assume you're meaning window manager. It's Instant WM. You seem to be new here, kind of. I think, yeah. I don't think I've seen you before here. I'm the developer of a Linux distro called Instant OS, which uses its own window manager and a bunch of utilities to achieve a lightweight experience that still aims to not require totally crazy amounts of programming knowledge or anything like that to be usable. And the window manager started as a DWM fork, and now is this with all kinds of stuff built into it. And actually it has animations, which can do stuff. Not sure how well those show over the 24 FPS or something. Delete all notifications in the notification center settings. Yep. I mean, because they're persisting over reboots, which is kind of something I'm missing from Android. I don't want to lose all my notifications just because I rebooted. And so yeah, the notifications are stored between reboots, which mean they can pile up by a lot. And then you have to clear them out sometime. I mean, Android literally has a button that is way too easy to press, in my opinion. I mean, they did add notification history in the last version, I think, which is kind of a botched solution for not providing paging for notifications. Or actually, it is kind of useful because you want to be able to remove notifications from like your to-do list of notifications. Where did my... Oh, there it is. Whoops, what's happening with the scratch pad? Okay, everything's fine. Is there an Artix-based ISO available? No, and I'm not sure there ever will be. Instant OS, the installer, kinda works running from an Artix ISO, and it does install without systemd. But I haven't tested it in like a while, and it might not work as well. But you can try it if you want. Like, I think there have been people using Instant OS based on Artix. This is the time when I say Nginx. Yeah. Roll the sponsor music. But yeah, like Nginx is... Actually, you're still on the voice call, right? Totally forgot about that.
Yeah, I just didn't want to, I don't know, be too prominent.
Yeah, I mean...
By the way, it's really weird. You were instantly reading my chat message now.
And before there was latency, or...
Before there was 30 seconds or more latency.
I think that might be because you're hearing me through Discord.
Yeah, but should the chat travel? Yeah, no, it makes sense. It makes sense. I was being stupid.
YouTube
Long
latency.
day.
By the way, he doesn't have the comfort of of the noise cancelling in Discord, I think. So he can hear my beautiful mechanical keyboard. Does Nginx work on Raspberry Pis? I don't know, does it? I think there's some, you did some wiki entry, if I remember correctly.
It does, yes, it does. I was just looking for the wiki entry. And now I'm looking for my chat window to post the link, actually.
Delete, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Easy Effects has RN noise. What's Easy Effects? Is that like a fork of Pulse Effects? Pipewire. Oof. Okay. Oh no. Looks a lot like Pulse Effects. I think this is a fork, right? I've had some mixed experiences with Pulse Effects. And with Pipewire as well. At least on NVIDIA. Probably will take a couple years since that works well on NVIDIA. I use Noise Torch. I do too when I do calls, but I'm not sure how well Noise Torch would work in combination with the built-in RN noise integration of OBS. So if I used both, it's probably not going to sound that great. It replaced Pulse Effects in Arch repos. Oh, so they just completely dropped Pulse Audio. Used to be called Pulse Effects, but was renamed after we started to use GTK and replaced GStreamer by native Pipewire filters. Oh, okay. That makes sense, actually. At Ozoko. This name is... Okay, back to testing the thing. Works fine. Implement suggestions by this. Okay, now I wanted to add X11, so we can just set the status directly from... Oh, I think actually this might be the pull request from Pebble. Yep. Thank you. Guess NVIDIA foo. Indeed. I use Pipewire with NVIDIA, no problems here. There were not huge problems, but for example, the latency on pausing stuff is pretty high. Latency on Pavo control is pretty extreme, like it takes significantly longer to start up and apply stuff. And all that good stuff. So yeah, just not as stable. And it crashes more often. Like Pulse Audio doesn't crash at all for me, but Pipewire sometimes does. And like being in a call and saying, yeah, I gotta restart my computer, something's completely messed up. It's not that great.
Yeah, it's basically there where Pulse Audio was 5-6 years ago in terms of stability.
Yeah. Okay. I actually did some. Let's see if I still remember where it is. It was in test Xroot. I did some testing. And it turns out you need to do some, whoops. Ooh. Turns out you need to do some kind of weird stuff to get X11 to work in Rust. You need to have this. Which, okay. There's some reason behind this, but I don't remember. Build RS. That's not right. There we go. Cargo obviously needs X11, and you need to enable xlib. I think this is because it uses native C bindings, or not bindings, some native C stuff, which doesn't have the memory safety features. And also, we need to include this, so that it links X11, because again, native C library. Anything else? I think not. I hope not. See if it works. Seems to be building. Okay, this is fine. Runs fine as well. Cool. The weird thing that I had with Pipewire was when I played Minecraft while listening to Spotify, Minecraft has this massive sound delay. Oh, I think it actually has some issues that Pulse Audio used to have a few years back, where if you do some specific thing, the audio just sounds like you put it through a bit crusher. Add X11. And then we can maybe do a function. Actually, let's not. Let's do this straight in main because it's literally just a few lines. We need to do all this stuff. That's also in instant WM and a lot of X11 stuff. We need to get the display. Let's call it DPY. Unsafe because we're using a C library. Xlib. Xopen display. Null mute, which gets us the display. It's complaining about some stuff. Oh, yeah, we need to use xlib. I I do have X11 installed though. Okay. What's the problem here?
Capital X?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I thought it was capital because of this. And I think in build OS, it's capital as well.
Yeah, I don't know about the capitalization. Maybe it's
I think in
big
Rust it's
X11 or it's big X lib.
I think in Rust it's all supposed to be lowercase, and if it's a struct, then it's uppercase. But if you're working with the C library, then it's still the C capitalization. Clever, BRB gonna make dinner. Alright. Okay, so now the xlib stuff kind of works. Then, in case you're wondering what all this stuff is, it's just age-old X11 stuff, which you need to basically bootstrapping stuff to use X11. Now I have a screen. I don't know why I had to put this. This is completely bullshit. X default screen. There we go. Let root. Now we get the root window, which is the instant WM window. And the screen as well. And there we have it. Actually, can we wrap this entire thing around an unsafe block, or I think we can't, because then we'll lose it because of the scope. Yeah. And then finally, when the program exits, we need to not do this. Whoops. We need to close the connection to X11. I don't know why this is in my clipboard. Unsafe. Xlib. Xclose display. And then pass the display. And now we're done with bootstrapping. When I tried in VirtualBox, the virtual machine was completely unusable, lagging like crazy. Like, are we talking about Pipewire or InstantOS? You could also use pure Rust implementation of the X11 protocol, but you're probably more comfortable with a C API, so it's probably better to stick to those. Yes, basically everything that deals with X11 also used this X11 crate. So I'm just... And the only X11 feature we'll really need is setting the root name window, which is one line. So this seems to be the standard. Ah, Pipewire. Envy how fast it is when shows demo. When what shows demo? Incidents was smooth at all.
I see something. I can't tell. I was working on something else. Is the desktop audio still
Oh yeah, I think that's kind of loud. Okay, now we're back. Okay. Yeah, can anyone in chat tell me how long OBS was crashed and I didn't notice? Okay, but println hello, or this is not supposed to show in the window name. 5 minutes. Oh god. Okay. Oh, glad you're still here. What's all this stuff? I feel like we're somewhere in the standard library. This is not supposed to show. Okay, it didn't, which is nice, definitely. Although I'm still kind of confused. So if we are moving all this stuff up, how did you move that line like that? I have a binding, which is Alt-J and Alt-K. Move the current line or selection upwards or downwards. Works like in VS Code. Or I think in VS Code it's Alt and the arrow keys. Let's give it another try. Magic. Still doing weird stuff.
In vanilla Vim, you can just delete the lines so they are in the temporary register, and then move the cursor and paste it.
Yeah, I know, but I thought
Yeah, no,
Alt J and K are unbound anyway, so why not?
Yeah, I was just talking to the chat.
Yeah. Still doing garbage. Absolute. What is this? Move it towards the end. And run it again. What's happening? What is all this stuff? Because like this is my test application. If I run this, then whoops. Oh, I think null mute will have to be also. Yeah, I think this is the problem. No, it's here. Let's try the test application. Yeah, this just does this. Although, weirdly enough, yeah, if I remove this, what the heck? So it just takes all the standard output and makes it the root. Okay, I think we'll have to find a different way of handling that. I could just wrap a command, but that's not really the best way to do things. Okay, maybe let's take a look at DWM blocks. Okay, xflush. Do I need to flush anything for the Rust implementation? Let's try that. Unsafe. Xlib. Xflush. dpy. Maybe that's the problem. Nope, still garbage. Okay, try commenting all this out, and then it works. And if I bring this back, then this is probably also going to show up. It's not. Okay, getting weirder. Okay, this is doing random weird stuff. Although I'm not sure why. That could be the case. This doesn't even have any output, right? Okay, this is... Wait, what? This is horse shit. In which library am I now? SRB2. I have no idea what that is. Okay, it's this expect thing. Okay. This seems really... It probably reads some random stuff from the Rust standard library and it's putting it out to the window manager. This seems really unsafe. Off topic, but has anyone tried using Polyver with InstantOS? I think could work, but probably doesn't do that well. Yeah, what the hell? Okay, maybe we just have to call xsetroot, which is last solution, or I'm saying x11 Rust bindings. They seem to be quite new. Another PR, maybe? Oh, closed. This seems to be quite small. GDK. No. We don't need any of that. Okay, this seems to be like an option. Although it's quite small. Check out the documentation. Ui. Excellent RB is pure Rust implementation I was talking about. Okay, then let's try that. Let's just do a test project first. So instance status will have to wait. Cargo new xroot test. Then let's add x11 RB. I use it for my X-Wayland window manager. X-Wayland window manager? That sounds interesting. Okay, let's just try some stuff. Getting started with X11. Okay. Cargo build. libc nix. Nix? Why is it using nix? Nix. Oh, Unix, not nix in the Linux distro.
Yes, terrible name overload.
Use. Connection. Use x11 RB. Errors, reply or ID error. Protocol xproto dot everything. And use x11 RB. This is probably a constant. Copy depth from parent. I'm not sure if we need everything here. Okay, we are opening up a connection and getting a screen number. Both in one function call. What's none? No value. Okay. Seems like a Rust constant. Opens up a connection here. So far, so good. Let screen equals and con, so we're borrowing it. Setup dot roots screen none. Seems similar to xlib. And then con dot. Now we need the root window. Xroot window. fun dot. Oof, quite a lot of stuff. Okay, it doesn't seem to be here. Root. Protocol, X input. Polly, do you happen to know how to get the root window or set the root window name? Oh, get root. Wait, this is just tab 9. Is it just... Is it, oh, it's screen.root. Tab 9 is bullshitting me. Is this? Remove? No, method name. Ah. Okay, yeah. And then find out how to rename a window. Xstore name, maybe it's called something similar? No, it's not. Do we need to close the connection somehow? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, so at the end we'll flush everything. Dot unwrap, because we're dangerous like that. Hi, by the way, how did it turn out with instant WM and instant menu? By the way, great profile picture. I saw that there's not an MIT license. I think there's a mention of instant. There's now an MIT license. I think there's a mention of Instant OS. There's always been an MIT license. I think I'm not allowed to change that to GPL. Like DWM and the menu were MIT licensed originally from Suckless, so I think the fork does have to stay. I'm not sure, and I'm not willing to risk anything. Not that, yeah, many people would do stuff anyway with the licensing. But yeah, Instant WM is and always was MIT licensed. All the stuff that's purely Instant OS, like that I started, is GPL version 2. Insta menu. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. That's actually an interesting story, kind of. So someone, I think it might have been this guy, I don't know, this name is not very memorable, sorry, contacted me on Discord and told me that there was a guy on GitHub who had a window manager called Insta Window Manager, not Instant Window Manager, but Insta Manager, and a menu called Insta Menu. And it was, yeah, kind of weird because one, they removed the license, which they're not allowed to do, and they removed any mention of Instant OS, and I think also Suckless. And they removed all the commit history, so the window manager didn't have any of the Suckless and InstantOS commit history, and it really looked like they were just ripping off InstantOS and Suckless and putting it out there as their own work. I talked to them, and they migrated. They seemed very new to Git and all that stuff, and they migrated from GitLab, and didn't know that they could take the commit history with them. So that's why those were missing. And there was some. Actually, maybe I can pull up the chat log. It was a while back, but they just added references to InstantOS and DWM, and it seemed like they didn't really know what they were doing. Actually, where is it? Maybe I can find it. Huh. I think the chat is gone. That's interesting. Oh, yeah, there it is. I think they were EndeavourOS, that's actually. But yeah, the owner of the project didn't know that someone else stole. They stole some code from InstantOS, and it was a Suckless fork with some stolen code, definitely. Actually, yeah, I'm probably not gonna leak anything.
I just came back. Somebody stole code from you?
Yes, it was called InstaWM and InstaMenu. And they removed mentions of InstantOS and Suckless and the license. Kinda. And the commit history. But yeah, they. Wait a sec. Having the Telegram history. Actually, it was pretty interesting because they add this button here, which I put there temporarily because I didn't know where to put it, and to this day it is here. And it was really a lot of coincidences. Okay. Maybe they were playing dumb, I don't know. Reading it back. So yeah. But they were pretty new to Git and all that stuff, so that's why the commit history and some stuff was missing. They didn't really seem to know that they weren't allowed to change the license, but that was kind of sketchy, like becoming a drama channel, yes. As far as I'm aware, the IMIT does not require the license to follow as GPL does. And then I pointed out that the above copyright notice shall be included in all copies or substantial portions of the software. It's just like one of the 3 lines it actually has, and then they changed it back. One thing that I didn't really know what was going on there is that as soon as this person pointed out to them that the stuff was stolen from Suckless and me, that they then went on to private the repo for a while, and after the repo came back, every reference to Suckless and InstantOS was gone from the code, which is kind of suspicious. But I'm not super mad at them. Like, they changed everything, added references to InstantOS and Suckless, and yeah. Also, like, it's kind of cool that they were definitely inspired and they liked my work, and they didn't really attempt to republish InstantOS as their own. It was very different and also very hard-coded. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and let's face it, you're not getting rich off of Instant OS yet.
Yeah. Actually, how's the project doing? Seems to be still very active, actually. Like, this is what it's looking like. Oh yeah, this text, they also completely copied this. They changed it to alt space, not super space, which, oof. I'm a huge opponent of using alt as a modifier key for the operating system. But yeah, it's in the AUR. Oh no, doesn't seem to be anymore. Hybrid WM. Start menu. Yeah, very reminiscent of InstantOS. But they added gaps, system tray. They also removed a lot of stuff that, I don't know, I'm not completely sure why. But it's, yeah, it's half decent actually, some of the stuff. Like InstaWM, and they have some interesting ideas when I look through the code. Yeah, also got removed from the AUR. This is like kind of, they added this highlight. I don't know why, really. Color scheme is Manjaro. Also, they also copied the mouse highlight, alt tab functionality. Yeah, this, I think they actually retroactively copied the README. But yeah, they did this, and it's all fine now. We have a fork of NeoFetch called bfetch. I think, isn't bfetch something different? All right. Anyway, get back to X11. It says instant menu in it. Lol. I didn't even realize that. You didn't announce on TG? What's TG? Oh, Telegram. Oh, crap. Actually, yeah, I didn't. I feel like the stream is a bit all over the place. Okay, I think I actually accidentally closed. Oh, there it is. Yeah, is Polly still here? Do you know how to rename a window? Because I'm just gonna use like 3 features of this, so I'm not sure how much I'm willing to read through here. But I can probably root dot can probably set the name here, maybe. Doesn't seem like it. Oh, so this is a window ID. Ah, get it. Okay. So it's still not completely object oriented. Actually, Rust isn't either. But yeah. Okay, it's just a window ID. Set cursor name. Key name. Why did you license under MIT, not GPL? Because DWM and dmenu are under MIT, so I'm not sure if I'm allowed to change it. Like, yeah, the MIT pretty clearly states that it has to be included in all copies, which seems like pretty clear. Polly still here? Or is he gone? Are they gone? Change property 8 with atom window. This seems more complicated than XLib, but thank you. I think this would have taken me a while. Fun.change property 8. What are these? Oh, what's the difference there? Property 8. Window format 8. Okay, mode. Oof. Getting to the boundaries of my X11 knowledge here. Many useful examples in the XR11RB repo. Okay, let's check that out. Nope, not Nix. Examples. Check display, generic events, list fonts, record, shared memory, simple window manager, Xclock, Xeyes, tutorial. Okay, so it's window and property type data. Okay. Did I hear Xeyes? Oh, of course. How could I forget? Nope, Xeyes. Oh no, the dot files reset. They're not the tomato eyes anymore. Prop mode. Replace, prepend, append. Okay, this seems straightforward. So mode is definitely replace. Window is root. Property is atom enum. Window manager name. Formatting is terrible. Terrible where? Type. Okay, what's the type? Oh no, the documentation is gone. Okay. Change property 8, which is property A. What's A? Is that supposed to be the atom? Type B. Oh, okay. No, it's a generic. Okay. Why are both atoms? Or A into atom into atom. What's into? Oh, okay. Yeah. Half of the message wasn't sent. Oof. I mean, you can try sending stuff in Discord. Access got an update. Actually, that might be true. I think we are having smooth 60 FPS. It's having some tearing issues. Oh, okay. Thank you. I think I'll quit Telegram. Atom enum string. Okay. Atom enum. What else? Okay. This cursor bitmap string window hide primary integer space subscript. Okay. Okay. String. And then the data is supposed to be an array or a vector, if I remember correctly. Title as bytes. Hello. As bytes. Dot unwrap. Okay. Cargo run. Perfect. Okay. Let's hope that this also translates into the bigger program and doesn't just send a bunch of garbage. So this can go. We install X11RB. Where is it? Where is it? Crates.io. Nope. Add that in here. Then copy all our crazy stuff. Which would be all of this. Can't see it on the second monitor, but here it is. Then do all of this. This needs to go. This can get uncommented. And tester is a string, yes. Where is it? Hello, sbytes? No. Tester sbytes. Okay, no complaints from the IDE, looking good. Building the Unix stuff. It's taking its time. Holy shit, yes. Okay, it worked. Perfect. So we can get rid of all this unsafe stuff. So, boom. Actually, add tags to my git ignore before I forget it. Build.rs can go. This can go as well. This can go as well. This can go as well. Actually, let's use lazy git. Cool. Whoops. Okay. I think then to refresh the bar, we are going to have to use sleep. Unless, I don't know, unless we'll do asynchronous, but that takes a while to learn. Should we try to learn asynchronous with hopefully the help of Polly? Maybe, but this isn't asynchronous anyway. So maybe that's a problem. We'll just do threads, since each script takes its own thread anyway, and yeah, why the heck not? It's not like we're spawning a huge amount of threads. But here's the thing, I haven't learned how to do threads either in Rust. So that'll definitely be interesting. But I think we can commit this now. Switch to X11 RB. Rust threads. This is the Rust book, right? Yep, it is. Okay, should we? Looking good. Yeah, I agree. YouTube doesn't like... No, it's live chat. Huh. YouTube does not like me today. Half of my messages are not sent. Ooh, okay. Yeah, just you can. I'm in the Discord channel. You can send stuff there. Oh, someone has some insights about the MIT license. If you relicense the code on GPL and keep the MIT notice, then you've satisfied the terms of the MIT license and may legally redistribute the code. Oh, Xero, hi.
Hello. How are y'all doing?
Doing good. Doing well. By the way, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm streaming, so don't say the N-word.
No, I know.
Okay.
All the other words are okay though, right? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, the simp word is also apparently just as bad.
Oh right. I remember that.
According to Twitch. Ooh, getting quite busy. Hi.
Hey, how's the mic quality? Is it okay?
It's fine.
Yeah, you know how Linux goes with mics sometimes. The compression can get a little bad for some reason. I've been working on it.
Yeah, I've seen worse.
Yeah, I just wanted to hop in and talk about the licensing thing quick because I'm gonna support the GPL when I can. And
Sure.
any modifications you make to the original code under the MIT license, you could it's called sub-licensing. You could sub-license under the GPL. So that means any modifications you make to the original code are under the GPL license, and therefore any changes made the code that you modified, you have to also be licensed under the
So it just
So-
like applies through Git,
Yeah,
basically.
and now you would have to keep the original MIT notice,
Uh-huh.
and that includes the original copyright holder, which I guess in this case would be the Suckless Utils, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Are you planning on relicensing Paper Benny or considering
Yes,
it?
I mean, I like the GPL. I think, yeah, MIT has some issues that like it can be like quote unquote abused to make more money off it.
Right.
Yeah.
If I started a company and would sell totally not instant, but slightly slower than instant OS.
Yeah.
Or even faster, like they could completely take the code base, right, and improve upon it, but then add some telemetry, and there's nothing you can do about it. They can
Right.
close. So
Let me do that real quick. Let's make some money. I'm just kidding.
yeah, no, but there are issues like that with the MIT. So I just wanted to hop in and mention you can. It's called sub licensing. You
Is
can
MIT
sub-license.
compatible? Would you have to go get permission from every single person who's contributed? Which
No,
Nope,
it's just the modifications.
Yeah, it's just the modification. So
But-
everything that Suckless originally produced in that work is still under the MIT license, but any modifications Benny adds can be under GPL. Yeah, and since MIT is a permissive license, they allow you to do that.
Right.
I just wanted to hop in and get some of the legalese through because I know licensing can be pretty confusing. So
Okay. Cool.
yeah, just wanted to hop in and mention that.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, and I'm Bateman Boy on the YouTube chat too, if anybody wants to ask me any questions about that. But I'll hop off now. Just wanted to mention that.
Okay. Have a good day. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I added this, so then eventually when I get around to it, stuff will be GPL. I probably not change the history. Although I don't know if I own the code, like I technically own the rights to the modifications, so maybe I can retroactively license those. I'm not sure. I mean, probably, yeah, no one will make a lot of money off this anyway, but cool. I usually do MIT for libraries, GPL for anything else. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Or yeah, you could make the argument for libraries as well, because then you're forcing downstream applications to or actually not downstream, but applications to have, or you're pushing people more towards open source. But you can make either side of the argument. Okay. So we have this sleep function, part of the standard threading library that we could use. But maybe I should just properly learn threading. So yeah, let's do that. Rust book. This book also looks promising. Fearless concurrency. Oh yeah, that's with the mutable stuff and everything. What's this? Isn't this just an R syntax? Okay, I think I'll just... Should I read through this? Or maybe I'll do this off stream and do some other stuff that also needs to be done. Yeah, actually, we need this to be able to read TOML files, and so we could do some TOML stuff. So let's add TOML really quick, which will be the config language for this. And look at the documentation for this. TOML seems very straightforward. Value in TOML is represented with an enum, string, integer, float, boolean, datetime. We won't be needing this table. Also, probably we won't be needing this. But actually, let's create a test project to test out the TOML stuff. Cargo new TOML test. cd TOML test. Let's get back the chat. Oops. Cargo build, so that it builds the TOML stuff. Server, no idea what that is. Use TOML. For anyone who doesn't know, TOML is a configuration file language, which is used by most Rust programs. This example is not tested. Not sure what you would test here, but all right. Use TOML value. Maybe we should change the layout up here a bit. Actually, this might be a good time to do something like this, maybe. I mean, that's why we have a tiling window manager, right? So use TOML value, let value foo equals bar. So we need a string. We need to read the file to a string, or in this case, just create the string ourselves. Let value equals foo equals bar. Then it probably puts out a hash map. Dot parse. Wait, what? Value. Kind of scared because the IDE is not doing anything useful. Yep, I did something wrong. Maybe let's restart the IDE. Okay, now it seems to be dead. Expected an item. Okay. What if I just copy paste this? Oh god, I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. This needs to be in main. I'm doing computation here. I can't just... Oh god, this can't be done on compile time. Okay.
Really, it can't be done at compile time.
This could
That seems a
theoretically
bit
be...
weird because it's just a string.
Yeah.
But...
I mean, like, if it's just a string and I'm parsing it, then I could also manually init the hash map that it outputs. Like you could do it, but it's kind of dumb. Like it's a feature that maybe is coming to Rust, but it definitely isn't here yet. Same problem for regular expressions. You could definitely compile those at compile time, but Rust doesn't do that. So you need to init them as a string and then use the regex library to compile them, and then you can use them like as a state machine.
Right, and then there's runtime cost at the beginning to load it up.
Yes, that's kind of unfortunate. But checking this stuff at compile time would probably like require a whole other stuff, a load of stuff. That
I've seen it in other languages, but I know Rust is doing a lot at compile time already, and that would probably not be fun.
Which languages do this?
Go
or?
I think Nim does regex at compile time.
Oh yeah, regex for Rust is a library; it's not built in. So you'd have to implement libraries being able to.
You can do that in Nim.
Yeah, does Nim does Nim have native regular expressions, or are they also a library?
I think they might be part of the standard library, but I think it's a library.
Oh, lazy static to do lazy initialization of statics, but in this case, it's not really. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. My understanding of lazy static is that a crate still, or did they make that part of the language? But my understanding is that it replaces your object with like a getter function, which would initialize it the first time and then just give you the value every other time.
It seems to be a macro. I don't know. I've never used that. Okay, so far so good. So now we can use the value and do stuff with it. So is value a hash map? To implement a number of convenience methods and traits. Okay, then cargo run. Then let str equals value. Ooh, this seems like a hash map kind of deal. This is also a string. Cannot move out of index of value. Which does not implement the copy trait. Oh,
well, because
okay.
Value could be a table or a date time or a anything.
But if I do as string, then it works kind of. No, still doesn't.
Yeah, the problem is Value. If you see the definition of the type up there, it could be any of those things. It could be an array. It could be a date time. And you can't. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't done too much Rust, but I think you would have to.
No, if I convert it to a string, then, or maybe I'm just offloading the fail onto the option thing. But actually, I'm not sure if I'm. I am allowed to use that name. Bar. Okay. So
is Aster assuming it's a string, or is it literally just printing it as a string? You know what I mean?
I think it's a trait, which means that it's converting whichever type to a string.
Okay, so even if it was technically an integer being passed in, it would just toString the integer.
Yeah, yeah. Like you can use Astra on anything that implements the trait.
Okay,
Traits are like interfaces in other languages.
right. Because I was just thinking the way I would want to deal with this in Rust is with a match statement to just try all of these types and say, is it a string? Is it an integer? Is it a float? And then do a match that says, so if it's a string, then I'm happy. Otherwise, return an error kind of thing.
Yeah, actually, but if it was an array, then we couldn't use this as a key, as an index.
Right.
So it's definitely not an array. It's a hash map kind of
deal. Was
deal.
that a runtime assertion?
I don't know.
I'm not quite sure.
If we add another ooh here, it will crash probably. Yeah. Panicked at index not found. So
it panics if it doesn't find it.
That seems.
I guess there's a table method for checking if a key exists first.
Value dot get. Yeah, it's definitely kind of like a hash map. Get foo. And then, yeah, it'd be interesting to know. None and some, it's an option. So none. Println some who is the value. Okay, who dot as string. You're just risking it not being a string. Or maybe S string works on everything because it can be reconverted to TOML. Whoops. Still an issue. Oh. And then foo as string. Dot unwrap. Okay, so if we run this now, it does bar, and if I do this, then it's Yeah. Okay, interesting. So how do we do arrays in TOML? Because I think we would have to make things to print an option without unwrapping. So then it prints just not found or something.
It'll print none or it'll print some, and then the thing that it was in the option.
Yeah. No, it's just oh, okay. Then it's some. Yep, cool. Should we do the different applets for the status bar inside of an array, or should we do like applets and then applets dot applet 1, applet 2, and then like give them names basically? I think that's a good idea. Like actually s.toml. I think what would be a good idea would be like applets, and then applets dot date stuff. Whoops. Applets dot CPU stuff.
Is this for instant status?
Yes, like that. This would be the config format.
Would
Or
the names be hard coded?
oh, so I don't know if you probably weren't in the stream. The plan is
wasn't.
kind of that you can do the applets are basically all scripts like in DWM blocks, which means
Oh, yeah.
that you can put them all in a config directory, or some of them ship with instant status. And then if you enable an applet with the name date, then it will look for the script date whenever it refreshes that applet.
Mhm.
Then execute that script and use the standard out as the
Just
content
what's
of the
put on the-
applet. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that I think TOML is a hash map here, so you wouldn't be able to determine what order they list them.
Oh.
Is what I'm slightly
oh.
concerned about.
Might actually be the case. Like if I iterate over this, then the order will just be random.
Yeah, you might have to have an array, and then each field has like a name on it, so that way there's an order to them.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure though.
Yeah, let's just try that out. Okay, let's continue here. Whoops. Serialize, deserialize. Okay. Check out Serde. Ooh, this is not using the default Rust stuff. So serialize and deserialize are probably traits. In the Tomify, you specify your applet's color and script, or what more. Yeah, you can, let's say you want an applet to refresh less often than it's actually set in the applet. So if like the applet is set up to by default refresh like every 10 seconds, and you want to really save battery, so you say no, I want this every 5 minutes, you'll be able to override it here. And
How does that work? Does it like standard error to print that information, or is it like I'm just confused a little bit?
maybe I had
Maybe
a
it
few
scans
ideas
for a
on how
certain
to
format of
achieve that.
comment?
What?
Maybe it scans for a certain format of comment or something.
One of the ideas I had was either to put like environment variables in the script, and then it'll source the script and read out those variables. This
Yeah,
would be
that
an
makes
idea.
it a bit tough to write a script like a binary script if you wanted it to be super fast. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
But that's the case anyway, because actually that's true.
I mean, usually they'll be pretty fast anyway because it's like printing out 10 letters and then being done.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
what I had is kind of the model that make package uses. So you define a bunch of functions in the script, and then it sources the script and then executes a specific function depending on what's happening. Like there's a display function that outputs the content of the applet to standard out. And there's also a function that happens that gets executed when you
That
click
reads
on the applet.
configuration.
No,
that's
there's a function that gets executed when you click on the applet. Same thing, yeah, there's a function that gets executed when you right click, left click, middle click, scroll.
Right.
But actually separate executables would be better if you want to write your widgets in something else than bash.
Maybe a command line flag would be easier to deal with, because then you can do that relatively easily in bash, but also in binary.
I think different executables would actually, could there be, with different executables you run the risk of copying code between them. But no, I don't know. But different executables might actually be better, because you don't have to have the user just deal with command line arguments, which many people don't know how to do.
Right.
And you can also write them in whatever language you like.
Yeah, it's just distributing 4 binaries is a little bit more painful than distributing 1, but I don't know. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, so it's like multiple binaries against command line arguments.
Yeah, because I kind of like the idea of, oh, hey, I found this on the internet. Let me just download this file and drop it into the folder, and then I'm done, kind of thing.
Yeah. Or
which wouldn't be quite as easy if there are multiple binaries. But
and you could also no, if it's multiple binaries, you could actually combine different functions. Like you could do the click function of another applet for multiple applets or something like that. You can combine them pretty easily.
Right.
Or you can just customize one of the things. Like for example, if the applet itself is written in C, which might be a good idea because it refreshes every second or maybe every half a second. But the click function could be written in something completely different because it doesn't need to be as
it's
fast.
It's supposed to pop up instant menu, so it's easier to just use instant menu straight
exactly.
from batch or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the click functions could be written in another language, and the widget itself could require something high performance.
That makes sense.
And then actually that does mean that my second idea on how to communicate with the bar would be the one that we would go for, because of course sourcing the script doesn't work anymore, which would be that it could output some special commands. Like there's a command prefix, and everything that it outputs with that prefix doesn't get rendered by the bar, but instead can be used to let the widget modify itself. So if it wanted to change color, because maybe the internet applet wants to turn red if there's no internet, then it just sends a command upon refresh through that prefix to the bar, and then the bar changes the color. Or does that kind of make some kind of sense?
I mean, I guess I would personally think that the way the system does it now, where you could just print out a color, makes more sense, but that's also less configurable. I don't know.
Yeah, the problem is that the bar needs to kind of remember the color. Or actually, yeah. This is another thing. You're able to crash the bar pretty easily by doing that.
Right.
And I wanted to extend this actually to also make the widgets able to give them like a blinking state. Like if something really wants to have your attention, it could just set the color to 2 alternating colors. And then, of course, the widget can't just keep on being active and continually print that to stand it out. Instead, it can tell the bar that it's now a blinking widget, and then the bar, every time it refreshes the bar text, can change the color and stuff like that. So the markup should all be generated by the bar, because also the markup language is kind of horrible.
Right, there's that, and then there's also users will come in and want to theme it. They'll say, oh, that internet, when the internet's on, is super bright green, and I don't like super bright green. I like dimmer green.
Or
I want the text to be green or whatever.
And we can have color schemes. We can say the widget says I want to be red now, and then instead of just specifying the actual color code, which would make the color hard-coded in the widget, it would just say to the bar, I'm red, and the bar can look up what red means.
Right, in, for example, the X resources.
Yeah, X resources or the TOML file, which means, yeah, and if you don't do that, then either the widget cannot really be shared with other systems unless you're willing to have it look absolutely awful, or the widget needs to read the config file by itself, which could have an impact on performance.
Right. Well, I mean, I kind of don't like the binary system anyway, because there is a big cost for creating binaries every second, or launching code every second.
Oh no, you mean launching binaries or creating them?
I mean like launching them, like creating processes.
That would have to be done
That last
anyway,
half a second.
unfortunately.
Right.
Or
I guess the only way to get around that would be like, oh, you write a C shared library, which would be miserable for everyone. So
yeah. That's what DWM blocks uses right now. So
really,
the system is that you specify a bunch of scripts, you specify how often each script updates, and then each script gets a timer, and when the timer runs out, then it gets executed. DWM
and
blocks.
you just read the output.
Yeah, collects the output and refreshes the root name of the X11 window.
Interesting.
And because you can specify how often each widget updates, it's not like you're running each
Right. If
script
the user
each
really
second.
cares about performance, then you can just make
For example,
it 2 minutes out of date.
If you have a 30-second latency between detecting if you have internet or not, it doesn't really matter.
Right.
And like, for example, the date, if you want to have a second counter, you could execute date each second, and it's not hugely expensive.
Right.
And
But I'm sure some people would be willing to wait 10 minutes to know that it's, the 12th instead of the 1st or whatever.
Yeah. And another thing that it does is that you can manually refresh widgets. So
How does that work?
the way DWM blocks does it is kind of hacky. It just uses signals. So that means you can't have more widgets than signals available in Unix. And it also isn't really what signals were meant for. But like if it receives some kind of kill signal, depending on what kill signal it gets, it refreshes a different widget.
Yeah, you probably want to use a socket for that.
Yeah.
How does instant WM control work?
It
'Cause
works.
I think something
through-
like that might work.
It works through exit root. So it sets the name of the root window. And
It's
then,
also a bit hacky.
yes, definitely. It sets the name of the root window
Oh no.
to something with.
This sounds just as bad, if not worse.
It sets the name to something with a prefix, and if the window manager detects that the name has that prefix, then instead of rendering it as the status, it just does something. It parses it and then executes some stuff. So
Doesn't
we're
that
basically
sound
utilizing
miserable, though?
X11.
So if you run instant WM control at the exact same time as the status is happening, you could have those just disappear on you.
No, it just doesn't render. As long as the status isn't changing, then it just stays that way. So there's no way of messing up your status with this, and
Well, I'm just wondering, like, does instant WM get signaled every time the root changes, or is it just polling?
I think instant WM sets up a listener for the root window name. So X11 notifies it each time the window name changes. Or actually,
So you can't
instant WM is
change.
the root window, I think. So it just displays its own name, just like every other window also has its name. Or access to its name. I think, yeah, that's kind of hacky. But, I mean, X11 is running anyway, and the listener is also existing anyway, so why not use it?
Right.
Also, we are able to use the exact same event loop, since the main loop of instant WM just listens for X11 events, so it pauses as long as there's no event, and when there's an X11 event, then this pause, this sleeping function basically exits.
It's
And
gonna wake
then-
it up anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. So if we were to do something different, we'd have to modify the main event loop to also listen for something else, and I don't know how to do that, to be honest. Like as of now, yeah, it basically has a function that pauses until there's an X11 event. And I don't know how to run two of those functions together and then one of them quits the other. I don't know. Yeah.
It's not that simple. You'd need multiple threads, or you'd need
Yes.
different interfaces because it's not.
Or do it asynchronously, and I have no idea how to do that in C.
Yeah, I don't think C makes it easy.
Yeah, you'd need Node. I did some stuff with Node, which has a non-interrupting event loop, I think it's called. But that's why it works like this. And yeah, realistically, there's no way it could do anything that messes anything up. Unless you're literally like in the same CPU cycle, changing the status and something else. And the worst thing that could happen is you're losing one frame of status. But actually, no, there's a queue, so yeah. I don't know what could happen. Probably not anything. Okay, but yeah. So we are having to spawn different processes, and I think then it would actually be cheaper to do multiple binaries, right? Because like it's not gonna take a lot of power, but if it needs to parse command line arguments, then technically we're doing more and we're loading more into RAM.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I also plan on definitely doing the APC thing, where you could actually, how would I do that? I'm just realizing I'd also have to do something asynchronous or do an event loop. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm definitely going to have to learn asynchronous programming. But yeah, it's useful anyway. Okay, so let's try the Thomas stuff. Hearing about this X11 name hack made me appreciate my custom Wayland protocols a lot more. Custom Wayland protocols, holy shit, this guy is okay. Custom Wayland protocols. In the TOML file, you specify your applet's color and script, or what more? Oh, yeah. I already read this. Chat is kind of dying.
So, by more than one color in the TOML, or like if you wanted an applet that could blink colors,
I mean,
would you just give it more than one color, or
the
or would you
applet,
have like a global color scheme?
I would have like
You
a
could
global,
either do a global color scheme, or you could do like each applet you can pick the colors as the user.
I mean, I'll definitely do a global color scheme with some predefined colors, and then the applet can just pick colors out of that. And if it really, really wants to, it can just give a color code, like a color.
But in all the examples, you'll make it easy for people who are making these applets to learn how to do the color scheme, and then make it a pain to learn how to do the color codes. That's the trick.
Yeah, basically. No, I don't know. I'll just put a big old warning. But I haven't actually come up with the syntax for the command to the bar yet. That might also be something. I'm planning on doing like also a little control application that you can use to send commands. Like instant WM control. So, how would I iterate over stuff? Oops, is this Thomas? as array, extracts the array if it is an array. Is there a way to get like children? Actually, let's try reading stuff from a file. Rust. I should remember how to read stuff from a file. I did this before with immersid. But I don't. Okay. Use. Let's open options. Use standard file system, open options. And let's create a test.toml file. So foo1. This needs to be a string. 2. So we have this, then we'll read the file. Add test file equals open options new. Open options new. And dot read true. Write, we don't need write. Dot open test.toml. And then just use the question mark. Can only be used in a, oh, okay. Unwrap. And then test file dot parse, or maybe not. Test file dot Rust read file to string. Read to string is literally an option. Oh, I can just use a path. Path. Okay, no need to do this stuff. Let foo fs read to string test.toml, which is the result. And if we unwrap that, we get a string. Awesome. Whoops, wrong layout. Holy tagged the wrong paper Benny in Discord. We have the first victim, or first victim that I know of. Wait, what? Oh no, he did it too often, so now he can't change it. Probably. Oh no. Foo string and then just as a test, print it. String. Cargo run. Okay, cool. And if we parse this into a value, and then we parse this, then we have a value. And unwrap this. Now we have a value. Println. String. Run this, and it's a table. Okay. Oh, table is referring to hash table, not table in the sense of SQL. I don't know why I thought that. Okay, so it's a hash table. And as far as I can tell, CPU is first, date is second. So it's reversed order so far, but might be random order. Whoops. Let's try that again. So 3 should now be first. No, it's completely random. Is it? I think it's random. So now if we do a fourth applet, yep, 3 is still last, 4 is second to last. Okay, completely random. That makes, yeah, we need an array. Okay. Can we just put anything in an array is the question. Hopefully. Applets equals, whoops. So this, add settings menu is bugged. Can I put items in an array? We have this, so this kind of works. But can we just put arbitrary items? Or we can stay with maps and then specify the index. Actually, that might be a good idea to have an index. By the way, Sarah, are you still there?
Yes.
Yeah. So tell me if this is a bad idea, but basically, what you could do is have each applet specify an index, like or for each applet that is enabled, there's an index, and they get ordered by index, which means that if an applet wants to be all the way to the right always, then it can just have an index of like 10,000, just like when with CSS. But okay.
I mean, I guess.
But yeah, I probably need to get to know Toml better.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Toml makes it easy to have large things inside of arrays. Because if you could, then that would be not a problem. You could just put each thing in an array, but I don't know Toml very well.
Toml object in array, table in array. Nested arrays of tables. Oh, array tables. I just need to learn more about TOML, I guess.
If you use 2 square brackets.
Okay, TOML wiki. Implementations, I don't care. Validate this. Okay, this is not what I'm looking for. You can use name of array, but then I need to repeat the name very, like a lot.
Yes. That's should be fine, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah,
Like,
then
look at
then
what
you
you
can
had
also
typed in so
put
far.
stuff all over the place, which also could be pretty good.
Yeah, like you were probably going to type applet over and over anyway.
Yeah. So it would be applet. Like this, and then run this. And then we have an array of 1, 2, 3, 4, of course. Yep. So now we have this. Wait, what's bar? Oh, okay, this is the second one that we are also printing. Cool. So we'll definitely do this. Now to the parsing. Don't need this. So match str. Yeah, I'm going to combine here then. Okay, I need to have array. Wait, what? I don't know if tab 9 is making sense here. But it seems like it is. Oh. Cannot find. Okay. Back to the TOML. Documentation. Can be one of string, integer, float, array. What? Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. I need to get something out of it first. So it's definitely a map at first. So you can't have anything just outside of any scope. Yeah, everything needs to have a name. Which kind of does make sense. So .unwrap .get. Wait, this is a value, right? Yeah. str.get applet.unwrap. Okay, it's an array. .get applet.unwrap. Not sure why the IDE is not doing anything here. The user always has to reconfigure it and think about it if they add a new applet. Oh yeah, with the index thing, yeah, for sure. Yeah, was a horrible idea. But yeah, with with the double brackets and then applet, you can also read through it very easily. So you can see each thing that's an applet. So yeah, I like it. Type annotations needed. Okay, let's applets equals who str dot get applets. Ah, Everest to go. Okay, have a good. I don't know where you live. I think yeah. Have a good night or evening. Applets unwrap, and then it's called applet. Applets should give me the same output. Yes, it does. For I in applets. An item. What? Okay, let's get back here. Value array. Anything about iterating? Gets an iterator of the over the entries of a map. I mean, dumbest question ever, but Rust iterate over array. It's just okay.
I think it's just like 4x in array name.
Yeah, I wrote that here, but now it gives me an item instead of as array. Oh, so this gives me a vector. Cool. Print ln and I. This didn't really do anything.
The for loop is unwrapping the optional vec is the problem here.
So wait,
so
what?
you need to so as array doesn't return a vector, it returns an option. And technically you can for loop over an option to run something 0 or 1 times.
Oh yeah.
And that's what it's making you do.
Yeah, cool.
So you need an unwrap or something like that. It's kind of funny.
Okay, but we're getting somewhere. So now it's just a table, so I can do and I dot get who dot unwrap and then delete whatever nonsense that was. String. And if I just remove this outright, then it's just those and as or not. Why does this not work? Oh, it's an option. There we go. Okay, and yeah, technically I'd have to use a match and everything. Okay, what else do I need? I think we could start implementing some Thomas stuff into instance status. By the way, how's the live stream going? 6 viewers. Hey. So exit out of this stuff. Then main.rs. Whoop. We already have an instance of this somewhere. I have way too much stuff open. Oh, there it is. Whoop. Okay. We already have Tommel. I'll just use it. And check out if a config exists. And if it doesn't, then we'll use a default config and use a share, I guess. Or actually we'll create the config. I think that's what most applications do. So let's just do that. Polygon. Yeah, I mean, in this case, it's the actual expression. Polygon, never gonna give you up.
Well, Matt, what is your NeoVim configuration? Because you have autocomplete stuff that I don't.
It's COC with like Rust Analyzer and tab 9.
What is
He has
tab
a
9?
repository for it.
It's actually in GitHub paperbrainy init.vim.
Okay, I'll check that out.
From last time I saw it, you switched the top line out for something that looks more like tabs.
Yes, it does actually behave like tabs.
Oh, nice. You can click the X and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Oh.
can actually do that.
Because
Not-
I
not
always
just
forget
decoration.
how Vim tags, how Vim tabs work.
Buffers, actually.
Yes.
I think I kind of like that system because I feel really claustrophobic in VS Code now. So the buffers are basically like the sheets of paper that you have laying on your desk, and the tabs are like different layouts that you can put them in, but still are rearranging basically the same pieces of paper.
I've used coq.mvim and it didn't show the types of things like yours does. Am I
think
doing
that's
something wrong, or is that a?
you need to definitely so you can. I mean, you probably know about the extensions, right?
No, I'm not familiar.
Oh,
with that.
okay. COC.nvim is basically just a framework for writing extensions, and it's compatible with the same protocol that VS Code uses.
Right.
Which means that you can basically use VS Code extensions for Vim, or VS Code completion extensions. So Rust Analyzer, I'm pretty sure is Rust Analyzer is, I'm pretty sure, is written for VS Code, so it uses the LSP protocol to communicate with VS Code, and COC.nvim is basically an implementation of that protocol for the NeoVim and Vim completion engine.
Huh.
So
So
The
is
Rust-
that showing the type of the variables just a Rust thing that you can't find in
Yes.
other languages?
other languages have other stuff. Basically, oh, this.
'Cause I've just never seen that
This is
right
Rust
here.
Analyzer specific. It also shows up in VS Code, like the exact same. And NeoVim actually did get a native language LSP implementation, so it does natively speak the LSP protocol. But most people are still using COC because of A, the Vim, non-NeoVim support, and B, the ecosystem is just a lot more mature. Like you have this marketplace and you can just search through to install stuff, and it's all pulling from NPM. In most cases, it's the actual backend of the VS Code extension. So the VS Code extension is just a wrapper around the actual completion thing that uses LSP to communicate with an editor. One of the few good things that came out of VS Code for other applications as well. But yeah, COC by default does just automatically open up the built-in completion, like just an alternative to pressing Control N. Oh, and it also shows all the documentation stuff, right? I mean, you've probably seen that. This is tab 9. Like here, it shows which source it is. S is, I think, NeoVim. So this is supplied by Vim. LS is the language server, so the extension. So without extensions, you would just have these two, these 4. And TN is tab 9, which is an AI that's just kind of a GitHub Copilot on a budget and way less aggressive. So I even prefer it over Copilot. Like you can see here how certain it is that this is the right suggestion to make with the % sign.
That's interesting.
But it's kind of heavy. I don't use it on my laptop. But actually COC was what convinced me to switch back from VS Code to Vim. Like I tried Vim a couple of years ago, and Year Complete Me is kind of a pain to get set up. And with COC, you add it to your Vim plug, and then you install the extensions, and then you're done. Like, yeah, you just if I do LaTeX, I do tech, and then what is tech? What's tech lab? BibTeX. Oh, Tomer. So if I want to do Tomer, I can do this. Then it installs the VS Code extension, basically. This is taking quite a while. Oh, there it is. And now I have Tomer auto-completion. And Tomer linting and Tomer formatting. It also handles formatting, because if you're going to have a program that parses your source code constantly and understands it, then why not use that knowledge to also lint and format the stuff instead of running 3 times the same program that basically parses all your source code, but one of them lints it, one of them is for formatting, and one of them, yeah, it's doing everything. And actually someone used the API to do this. I don't know why you would use COC for this, but it's way better than NerdTree or the NetRW Explorer.
So, and what is that? Is that a specific one I can go find from your init.vim?
This is the COC extension Explorer. So this is a COC extension. It's not a Vim extension. It's just COC.
What?
Yeah. Someone, I don't know why they did this using COC, but I guess it also
sounds so weird.
Kinda does make sense because COC has very solid GUI API.
I guess you can figure out like git ignore stuff and hide that, but language specific based on the language server.
Yeah,
Maybe, I don't know.
I mean, it does do git ignore. I'm ignoring my tags and target, and those are grayed out.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm sure maybe the language server can tell it some other stuff to ignore that would be language specific.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
that may also be the case. But I think it's mostly because of the good API of COC.
That's funny.
Because it's more convenient than Vim script, and Lua wasn't a thing yet everywhere.
Right.
So it just chose this over Vim script. I think that's why, but not sure. But yeah, for example, you can do, I don't know, what's it actually? There's a bunch of stuff. But it uses the same fuzzy finder as COC. COC has a built-in fuzzy finder, by the way. It doesn't use FZF or something. It has its own fuzzy finder written in Node. Holy shit, there's a bunch of stuff in here. It's E. Oh yeah, by the way, it can also do this, which I've really gotten used to. If you open a file and you have multiple splits open, it'll let you choose in which split to open the file. So now it has A and B. I think this is the reason why they chose COC, by the way. So you can do stuff like this. So now if I press B, it opens it up in this one. And if I press A, it opens it up in the other one. I don't think that's easy without COC. Okay, but yeah. Toml, main. So the configuration will probably be in .config instance status config.toml. Let's just do that. If okay, this is not a thing. I find it funny how YouTube highlights every Polly mention of him. Huh, lol. So even in this one, it's just Polly. If confdir no if data dot config path buff dot clone dot push config dot toml dot is the push dot is file. Why can't I do this? Okay, the linter is not complaining. It is. Ah, okay. For unit type. Oh. Okay. Let conf path data there we go. If toml path dot is file else do default config. If not, tomlpath.sfile. Then it should copy the default file to your config path. Where would I put that actually? So, not in source? Where would I put the default config file?
Sometimes systems define a template directory, and also it's sometimes put in some user local thingy.
Yeah, I know where I would put it in the package, probably user share, which or Etsy, which is I think what Dunst and stuff does. But in the Git repo, would I put it in the source folder? Or I don't know.
Data, resources, I don't know.
I think. I think let's just find a Rust project which has a default config file. But I don't actually know that many which use config files. Firefox, no.
Make a directory and call it defaults.
Inside source or just root?
I don't think it's part of the source code.
Yeah, makes sense. Oh, okay. This is something completely different. Okay. I mean, it should be pretty easy to change. Nope. And this will be, I think comments in Toml are this, yes? Oh, by the way, the Explorer has this icon if there's an unsaved buffer. It's also kind of nice. Let's just run with this. Should it just crash if it can't find either a config file or a default config file? I mean, that would mean that if people just redistributed a single binary, then it wouldn't work. Or actually, I think if
Maybe it should just offer to create one.
Yes, but it needs the default for a source. Like if someone were to redistribute a binary of this program without the user share thing or the Etsy thing.
Download it. People really like that.
Yeah, I'm sure. Or it'll just create an empty default file and exit and say put stuff in there.
Maybe even link the default in the
yeah,
Git repo.
Yeah. I usually bundle a default inside a binary using include string, but that's a personal preference. Oh, that's a macro. That's kind of a good idea. I think that's... So that probably includes a file as a string. Yep. Turning on my monitor brightness a bit. Okay. Relative to the current file, similarly homogeneous are found. And this is then done on compile time.
Yeah, and maybe then give the option to output it to a file or to standard out.
Yeah. Or if the user doesn't have a local copy of it, then just do it automatically. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I like the option that it can output to standard out, because then you can do scripting with it and adjust it, and
Yeah.
it's easier to automate.
Oh yeah, actually for passing options, we need to still add clap to this project. Or CLAP, I don't know. Okay, so let's check that out. Macro roots include string. Let default config equals include string default config.toml. Let's just check if this builds or if it gets confused because it's outside of the source directory. Ooh, why is it building? Sorry, toml and Serde. Okay, seems to have worked. Then, yeah, let's do clap. Which would be just copy stuff from immersit. Where's crates.io? By the way, how's the RAM doing? Oh, not great, actually. Close some of this. Oh, I need that.
I'm trying hard to think of a pun with RAM.
18.
Don't kill the RAM. Maybe it just needs food.
Don't send it to the RAM range. So yeah, clap is a command line argument parser, which we can use to do stuff like --help, --version. It auto generates all these options, which is pretty cool. And where did I set up my clap stuff? Okay, yeah. So I'm using this is not used anywhere, and this isn't either. And this isn't either, but it will be. Use clap app settings arg matches, and then build it. Whoa. Ah, of course. Okay. That matches equals app new instance status dot version 0.0.1, I don't know, dot author paperbenny@gmail.com. Actually, let's do this. Dot about simple status bar for instant WM. Okay. So now dot get matches. Now if we build this and then go to target debug. Whoa. Oh. Instant status. Oh no, the binary is with a capital. That's not great. Version, then it should exit. Yep, exactly. Help. Only two flags are version and help. Actually, let's make it colored. Dot setting. App settings. No, settings, app settings dot colored help. Do we need another setting? No. Okay, then we don't need any subcommands. We want to be able to put out stuff to standard output. So the default config file. So this needs to be above the matches, which means we need to add an argument. .arg new. What should the argument be called?
Write config file, and then you can either give it a path or you can give it a dash and then it's standard output.
Okay. Add config file.
Maybe
Short
with
form.
Pythons.
Oh, okay. Yeah. This doesn't seem to be arg in the current scope. I do have arg though. Not sure what it's complaining about here.
Maybe spelling, I didn't see it, but is it? Huh.
Struct arg in the current scope. I mean, I could just copy stuff from here. This is what I have in Immersit, so definitely does work. Arg with name. Did they change that? Like, I mean, look at this. This is Is this an older version? You could definitely pass a name as, or maybe, no. So if I just do this, then it's fine. Oh, then it's fine. Okay. No, it's not. Arg. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't seem to have any associated functions. Arg matches, arg. App settings. Maybe restart.
And what does Poly say?
Arg : with name, but I don't think that's the issue because that's not found either. The autocompletion doesn't even want to see that. What the heck? When did the last version of CLab release? "12 months ago." Okay. That's probably fine then. But what? Okay. So if I do let test equals arg, now we're getting somewhere. Nope. Still no. This is all tab 9 default clone ne auto equals last into multiple with on. Why doesn't it have a constructor anymore? Lab arg new multiple. Okay. Arg colon with name. Oh. Ah, so this does work. Cool. So yeah, Poly as always, the right answer. But why is there no new anymore? Like, why is it with name instead of new now? Or do I have a different version in Immersid? Check that out really quick. I have CLAP 3.0 beta. And this is probably the stable one. Yes, it is. Okay. Then let's switch to the beta. Whoops. There we go. And now it's waiting for stuff. Okay. And now with name doesn't exist anymore. Perfect. Yep, we need to give Poly a cracker. Polygon, no pun comes to mind. Okay. Loop. So now we can finally add the argument dot arg new write config file and dot chart dot chart. What should the chart version be? W dot about write the default configuration file to standard out or to a file. And then dot takes value. Actually, should it require an argument or should it just print to standard out if it doesn't get an argument? Ooh, there's some really weird stuff going on with Discord. Takes value specifies, okay, takes a value at runtime. True. I don't know why I thought the quotes were necessary. Okay, and then after that we will do if matches that is present write config file and then some gibberish. If let sum ref matches equals no. We now need to get the argument. Is there a way we could do that? How would I get the argument? Maybe we could, I'm looking through here, if there's any instance where I've done this. Subcommand matches, no. Whoop. Where's the version 3.0 beta? Subcommand takes value. Value of, okay. let value equals matches dot get, no, dot value of. This is an option. So let's match this. Some value. And then none should just print it to a standard output, I think. Print ln default config, exit or return. If how does Rust do string comparison? I think I can just equals. I don't know. Yeah, it's just equals. If value equals this, then just print some test stuff. Dr. Corneli, what are you doing? I'm writing a status bar for Instant Window Manager. I don't know if, depending on how new you are here, just say if you don't know what that is. But essentially it generates text to put up here, which sounds really simple, but isn't. Or actually it is simple, but I'm just new to Rust. But yeah, I'm writing it in Rust.
You want it to be configurable, so that's what
and some stuff that complicates things a bit. So for example, it should be clickable with the different applets. The applets should be able to disable or enable themselves, depending on if they... Actually, I have a document where I have everything written out that I have planned for this. And where is it? There it is. So yeah, applets should be able to disable themselves, which I think would be really useful. For example, if you have an applet that shows you how many updates you have that you don't have downloaded or installed yet, then that applet should only appear if there are updates available. Like having a big fat 0 with a package symbol next to it all the time isn't that useful and takes space from other stuff. Or for example, if you have an applet that warns you of your CPU usage, you might want this to disappear if your CPU usage is idling around 5%. So that's definitely something that needs to be done. And yeah, a bunch of other stuff. For example, applets should be able to be blinking or animated in some way, and then tell the bar in which way they should be animated. They definitely should be able to color themselves and have different markup and a bunch of stuff. Yeah, of course, they need to be able to refresh at different times. So you don't want every widget refresh on every single frame. But instead, for example, your update checker checks for updates like every hour or every half an hour, while your clock refreshes every minute. So they have different times where they refresh. But for example, if you have a widget for audio volume, then that widget only needs to refresh if your audio volume changes. So it doesn't need to refresh like every 10 seconds, which it does now. And instead, it only refreshes when your audio volume changes. And stuff like that. So this definitely returns always. And if we run this now, cargo build. Instance status -w. Ah, requires a value. This is cool about Clap. It automatically generates all these handlers. It's super cool. So if I do this, then it does standard out test. Yes, first try. So now we also just do this. Whoops. Default config. Because we need to build it first. And then it puts out this. Okay. Then we need to figure out how to write to a file. All the basic stuff. Rust. But actually, I know that. Which would be else. Open options. Do we have open options? We don't. Use standard fs open options. And then go back here. Open options new. Dot open. Actually, let's do this first. Dot write. I don't want to unwrap it. True. Open. And the path will be the value. Dot unwrap. Dot write. And this needs as bytes. So that would be default config dot as bytes. Dot unwrap. No. Wait, what? No, this just needs to be a value. I'm too used to printing. Match. Actually, no, just expect this. Dot expect cannot write to. Can I format stuff in here? I guess no, because it's not a macro. So let's scrap this. Missing arm. Okay. Error. Also don't want to use any of this yet. Println value. Oh, didn't I borrow this here, or is value already? Oh, okay, it's already a literal. Are you going to put this on the DWM website? Yes, but definitely not yet. And I also don't think they would accept anything Rust related. Maybe, yeah, it's definitely not Suckless. It does caching and actually error management. But I will make a DWM compatible mode. It's not going to be DWM compatible by default because it uses features that only InstantWM has and DWM does not. But if you disable all of those features, like I can make a command line flag that disables all InstantWM only features, then it's completely compatible with DWM. And actually, I think if I manage to produce something proper, would be pretty good compared to, say, DWM blocks, or I think there's another one as well. By the way, I'm getting something to drink really quick. I'll be right back. God damn. Walking into my room, I'm not used to seeing the microphone arm. I feel so professional. Okay. So if we build this now, and this should output it to standard output and test.txt. Oh god, okay. No such directory. Rust, open and create file. Dot create true. Okay, it's literally an option. Why are you using Rust? Because Bash, it's too big of a project to use Bash, or too complicated. If I were to use Bash, it would get really messy really quickly, because Bash is just lacking in features that need this. The current status bar is written in Bash, so I definitely have considered using it. As for why not C, Rust is more convenient and pretty much as fast, and has more user-friendly libraries and IDE tools available. So actually, yeah, I'm not very huge on Rust. Like, I'm not a huge Rust fanboy that wants to do everything in Rust. I just happened to stumble upon the Rust book, started reading it a bit, and now I decided to use it for a project. So yeah, that's why Rust. Like, no huge reason in particular, just came down between Rust and C, and I chose Rust because I wanted to learn it. And it seems more convenient than C. Okay. So now this pretty much works completely. Let's see what we have changed. Default, Perlgo log toml. This includes clap now and toml. Init clap. Okay, so now we have argument parsing and can add other arguments pretty easily. It's getting quite long. Actually, no. But yeah, I can scroll a bit now. Down here is I fit your definition of Rust pan by perfectly. I mean, there's more to it definitely than using it for everything, but I mean, you're you're not wrong in using it if you're that experienced with it. Or actually, I don't know how hard it is to be more experienced than me with Rust. Okay, what was I doing? Down here is testing stuff. Create dir all conf dir unwrap. If not, toml path. Expect could not create applet directory. If toml path, if there's no default config yet, then where is it? Open options. There it is. Actually, I can copy this entire thing. And then it's open data. Oof. Wait, does it contain... Okay, it's just the config path. Cool. Data.config path .clone. Nope. Okay, string concatenation. That's the topic. Rust string concatenation. Also something that I've Googled before. I think I can just use format. Yeah, it's the format macro. Format, exclamation mark. Instant status. Config.toml. And this will then be data.config path. And a reference to it. Perfect. And then on error, we print an without anything for formatting. Warning eprint for standard error. Could not create default config file. println created default config file. Initialized. Oh, actually, we are doing some stuff here. Data.config path. We do have the TOML path. We could just use that. No need for formatting anything here. And it even accepts it. Cool. Whoops, what happened there? Uh-oh. Borrow of moved value. There we go. I'd be kind of lost without Rust Analyzer. Okay, let's cargo build again. And then if we run it without any arguments, we should get an initialized message. Yep, we did. And also this testing thing. So, cd.config instant status. Whoops, this doesn't seem right. Why? Where did it create this config.toml? And wait, what? Why is it not in .config instance status? Is there a typo anywhere? Let mute toml path data.config path buff.clone. Oh, okay. Instance status / config.toml. Now we build it again. Run it. Oh, it actually prints the directory. I could have just read the output. There it is. Whoops. Perfect. Yeah. Init config file. And when it creates the file new, then it doesn't need to read anything anymore. So we can just parse the default config, which at the moment contains nothing. Okay, but in order to test out stuff there, we would probably have to... Actually, no, we don't. So, file colon. What did I use in the TOML test again? I used fs colon read to string. Let's just worry about the default later, definitely. Oh, actually, we don't need the file and user share anymore because we have it included in the binary. Fishing. Okay. So can check again if it's a file after this. No, we don't need that actually. Let's use default config equals false. And then use, oh, we need to make it mutable. Use default config equals true. And this needs to be all the way up here. And if we are using the default config, let TOML content equals string and not initialize it yet. And then if we're using the default config, then we can just parse the string that's already included in the binary. And if not, then we're opening up the file from the file system and parse stuff from there.
Oh wow, Benny, you're relentless. Still live streaming.
Yeah, I'm making progress.
No, I totally like it.
Oh. Tab 9 is just completely crazy. I don't know what's happening with it. Why does it feel to add this weird thing? Does that mean anything? This is just gibberish.
What is just gibberish?
If I do... Oh, I just crashed Tree Sitter. Okay, bye, Wim. Where were we? There it is. Oh, it even inserted it. This. So it's a caret sign and an add sign and a pipe sign. Oh, you can't even see it properly. Now it's gone. There it is. What's this?
It's almost invisible.
There it is. Now you can see it in the completion menu. It's in all of them. Where did it get that from? match fs : whoop, read to string, and then is the TOML path moved anywhere? No, it's still available. This is lacking. Is this a result or an option? I think it's a result. Yep. Okay, so if it can't find the config file, or it newly created it, it just parses the default string. Else, it attempts to read it from the file system. If that succeeds, it just uses the content of that file. And if that fails, then it just uses the default config file, or the default config content. Which would then also be TOML content equals default config, which at this point is then also moved. Whoa. Oh. Default config just. Never mind, we can't move anything. There it is. Yep. And of course it's unused. And now we'll get to parsing it. Bust out the TOML documentation again. Let config value equals TOML content with parse.unwrap. Good job, tab9. Or not. Oh, okay, I need to use TOML. There we go. And now we have config. Actually, no, let's not unwrap this. Oh, expect this. Question is if the TOML library actually throws usable errors. Deserializing, serializing, parsing error. Let's just print the error out. Is there a way to quickly print out the error on a result? Or is it an option? It's just completely random stuff. Ah, there we go. Okay. It's a result. Rust result print error. Come on. There's got to be some kind of... Okay, which Rust result? Probably part of some kind of trait, not trade. Results must be used, blah, blah, blah. Question mark operator, no. Variable does not need to be mutable. Kinda does though, right? I mean, I'm assigning to it here. What happens if it's not mutable? How? Why can I reassign to it? Oh, I'm just initializing it. Okay. To do more useful error message. For now, this will probably work. Okay. When we have this, then we have the parsed content. Then we can check if there are applets in there, which in this case they aren't actually. How would we... Oh, wrong one. Default config.toml. Applet. So we give it a name. Or name equals CPU. Yeah. And then time or refresh equals 20. So it refreshes every 20 seconds. Oh, expect will print an error plus your message by default, if I remember correctly. Okay, so let's try that out actually. Do we still have the toml test? Still have this open somewhere else. Is it not in here? Not in here either. Not in here either. I might actually not have this open somewhere else. Muhammad Nishal. Hey, Paper Bin E. Hey. Autocorrect. Yeah. Can be kind of stubborn. So if do we have something to unwrap here? No. Test.toml unwrap. Expect. Bruh. Are you currently the only dev working on this distro? main dev definitely and main contributor, but people are regularly sending pull requests and fixes, features, improvements. So yeah, I'm glad I have some people helping. So yeah, that's kind of. But I'm definitely the main developer and contributor. But yeah, by like for example, Christoph who's here and Heber are regularly doing.
Hi.
Yeah, he's in a call with me, by the way. So
I did one thing once.
yeah,
The window browser tab things. I don't know if I'll do anything again, but
window browser tab.
or
Which,
what was it at the top? You can drag the order.
Oh
of
yeah,
the
yeah.
windows.
You can do this. Oh,
I don't know if any other what's it called?
window manager.
Window
tiling
manager
window
has
manager.
that, and I really love that.
Yeah, actually, it's
'Cause it's
kind of
so
something
intuitive.
you think would be there everywhere, but it's not. Like I checked, it's not in Mate, which kind of blew my mind. You cannot reorder windows in the taskbar in Mate.
Well, yeah, and the fact that it just works so conveniently on a tiling window manager where you reorder the windows and it reorders them in the layout too is so
Yeah, yeah.
convenient.
Yeah,
Like
that's a
compared
cool
to
feature.
the user experience of like, oh, try i3 and here are the 10 hotkeys you need to memorize. Just drag it where you want.
Yeah, that's cool. What I definitely wanted to do, or still want to do in the future, is some kind of way of actually swapping them in the layout by dragging them on top of each other.
Oh, like the actual positions as opposed to the order.
Yes, yes. Like I think
Because right now,
F3
if you drag anything, it just goes to floating, which
yes.
I guess makes sense. But
I mean, I want to keep that, but like maybe do a separate hotkey. Like if you, I don't know, super shift and then drag them, you are not making them floating, but instead reordering them in the layout. It's what PopOS does, and I think that's a big part of why it's so accessible to desktop users, because it takes away this claustrophobic experience of not being able to move stuff where you want them to be.
Right, and people are used to just picking up the window and putting it where they want. And
yes,
when they're like, "Yeah, you can do that. You just learn these hotkeys," and then it's like, no, people will be like, "Can I just have the one where I can move it where I want?"
Even the experience of learning it becomes like severely more difficult if the browser tab where you have that stuff open, you can't move it anywhere and panic.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think i3, if you have window titles, you can also drag stuff to reorder it.
Oh, really?
Yes. i3 does also have window titles attached to the windows.
Okay.
But I don't think you can do it while super dragging them, because dragging using window titles really is something that really no one does with tiling window managers.
Yeah, usually tiling window managers don't seem to have mouse as a.
I mean, that's kind of
use.
kind of an oversight. Like for example, DWM, you can only resize floating windows from the bottom right corner, which is kind of easy to implement because X11 does stuff from the top left to the bottom right. So this is definitely more difficult to implement than this. But
yeah, but it's a very small hitbox.
Yeah. Wait. You mean the hitbox for this is small?
You can super right click to do it if you.
The hitbox for this is actually outside of the window. That's why it might seem small, but it's quite big, especially compared to Windows.
I don't mean an instant in DWM.
Oh, DWM doesn't have any hitbox. You need to hold super.
Yeah, I was talking about a patch, so.
There is a patch?
I unmuted my mic too late.
I didn't know there was a patch. When I was looking for stuff like this,
where they basically have implemented this, but only for bottom right and as well, and it's
Oh,
almost impossible to hit.
I'd be interested in taking a look at this, but the way, yeah, but I don't understand the logic how allowing people to resize windows here and here and here as well hurts the tiling experience in any way. Like you could say, yes, window titles, for example, aren't really useful in tiling, so maybe adding them to the top of windows would actually hurt the tiling experience in that they take space and they don't serve a lot of purpose because you don't drag things around by the window title. But this argument doesn't apply to a lot of features that are straight up missing from DWM or other tiling window managers, and that wouldn't hurt the tiling experience by being there. Like, yeah, the resize stuff is one of the pretty basic ones. Like being able to resize from all 9 angles. It's just something that, yep, I don't know why it's not there. Actually, it's not. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 8, not 9. But yeah. This way it's mod drag. Ah, that's cool. I think for i3, wait. Let's see. None of the hotkeys work. This is kind of unfortunate. Oop. Let's do this and spawn another instance of i3. Yes, generate the config. Alt as modifier because I'm using Win for my instant WM. Okay, now I should be able to use D menu here. Yep. ST. Mod drag doesn't do anything. Okay. And this doesn't do anything either. Okay. I guess Sway is then just better in that regard, because this doesn't do alt drag or any kind of dragging really. You can just do this. And does it have, can you resize? I don't think you can. But what you can do is resize from 4 sides, which is better than 1 side. So that's a plus. I put it back. Can I do this? I can, but it's tiny. But this would also be nice for instant WM, I think, if there would be a way to implement this. But yeah, being able to drag it to there would be nice, definitely. And I mean, it doesn't have this either, so you can't do it like at all. I do this. Oops. Yeah, I can basically move them through the layout by doing this. Okay. For devs, it's alright. The old Linux user, okay. But for new Linux users, you should also add something more familiar to them. Focus on making it simple and easy to use for new users. Nice work anyway. Yeah. What I think is that you should not sacrifice features or speed in order to make it easier to use the first time you're using it. Like if you're adding another step or another thing that eats away time to a process that you'll do over and over and over and over again, just so the first time it takes like 10 seconds less. Commercially, it does make sense because each second you're adding to the setup process or to the learning process, you're using millions of potential users. Like if you put an app out on the App Store, they're making everything suitable for babies and are willing to sacrifice anything for that. And I disagree with that. And I don't have to worry about that because I'm not getting paid that much anyway. Yay! But yeah, that said, the opposite of just shitting on new users doesn't make sense if the features you're not implementing don't actually hurt the experience for experienced users. That's my stance on it. Okay, so let's go back to Toml. This is now an incorrect Toml file, and this should throw an error. Panicked at called unwrap on error value error inner kind of new line and string. Okay, technically this does report an error, but it's not as pretty as, for example, this warning. I'd have to do some formatting on this, unfortunately. Or maybe there's a pretty printer for errors, I don't know. But yeah, it's getting quite late. I think I'll do one last feature improvement, something, and then end the stream. Whoop, why was there a buffer open? Oh, okay, because I already have one here. CPU. Then let's do one date applet. Actually, clock and date should maybe be separate. Clock. Date. And the clock should refresh every 2 seconds. The date should refresh every 400 seconds. Or maybe I should just make it dependent on the actual hardware clock. That way I don't have to do anything asynchronous. But yeah, let's see. Actually, how will I ship the default applets? I don't think I'll include them all in the binary. So I will have to bring back the default folder. Actually, it still exists. And oh yeah, Xera had the idea of allowing applets to be written in different languages than just Bash. So if you want a really performant applet, you can do it in C, Rust, C++.
I don't know if that's worth it, but
yeah, but you have the potential of using existing applications as applets. Who knows?
right, depending on how easy your system is, it could be literally plug it in and it's done.
Yeah.
Although I kind of doubt that, because people are going to say, "Oh, I want it formatted slightly differently," and then you'd say, "Well, write a Bash script."
Or yeah, the way I will do it probably is, or actually, yeah, should all applets in the applet folder be enabled by default? That would be an idea, but then how would you determine the order? Yeah.
Yeah.
But giving them an index, but then moving them becomes really difficult because you'd have to rename everything else. So yeah, the config file. And in the config file, I think you'll have to prefix them with the applet thing in order for it to be part of the array. And then they have a name, a refresh time, and some other stuff as well. If your distro is focusing for experienced user, then good work. I thought you want to make it for all kind of users. I don't want it to be for the experienced user. Like DWM, i3, OpenBox, they're all for the experienced user, like exclusively. You can tell that, yeah, the default user should be able to write bash scripts, but the reality is that they don't. Which means, yeah, my distro should be able to, you should be able to be, blah, blah, blah. You should be able to use it when you're coming from, let's say, Ubuntu or Linux Mint. The transition should be pretty easy to make. Like you should be able to get started very quickly with how you left off, opening applications, closing them, moving them, shutting down the computer, changing volume, connecting to Wi-Fi, changing brightness, using media keys, all that kind of stuff that doesn't really work by default on DWM or OpenBox setups.
Yeah, like for example, I installed Instant OS on my little brother's computer as a dual boot. And he's been trying it out for things, and even as a first Linux thing, it doesn't hurt as much to say, oh, I need to connect to Wi-Fi, instead of saying, oh, I need to know to go to the Arch Wiki and figure out which package to install.
I need to learn Vim, systemd, and bash in order to edit my config file and get the SSID of my router by using the MAC address. And yeah,
it's just done.
Like, the other stuff is pretty insane compared to. And I think it's pretty easy how easy it is to lose users. Like, for example, I installed it on the laptop of my father because Windows was always disconnecting from Wi-Fi. I think it's since then been fixed, but then he and my little brother attempted to watch something on Amazon Prime, and on Firefox on Linux, DRM is disabled by default. So you need to click this little button in the top left that says enable DRM. And there was kind of enough for them to reboot and go back into Windows, even though it threw them out every 10 minutes. Because it was just, they had to read like 3 sentences and click a button that they would have to kind of think about what it does. And anything really is enough to push people off. And like, if you compare that to learning a programming language and whatever to learn to use a window manager, it's worlds apart. I mean, it's still not Windows or Mac OS, don't get me wrong, but a lot closer than it sits like kind of in between desktop environments and window managers, basically. Like, yeah, I have no doubt that my father and brother would be able to figure out that stuff, but it's just rebooting into Windows and waiting like 20 seconds for it to do that is more convenient. What does Yekshemish mean? Huh. Okay, we have clock, date, CPU. By the way, I'm mainly here because I'm... Oh yeah, Nick Tanhe had the error again. I'm actually kind of worried that this is a general NVIDIA bug or error. I mean, if anyone's here who has reinstalled in recent times and had issues with NVIDIA, then please tell me. But yeah, I mean, if you're up for it, we can do just a really quick instance support session. But yeah, what exactly was the error last time? Like you booted it up and then black screen or something? Okay. By the way, yeah, I have notifications disabled, so you can send me the code, and I don't think anyone here is malicious anyway. I get stuck during boot of the 2 sentences. Oh yeah, that's the kernel thing. I think your hardware is too new for it to be compatible with the LTS kernel. I think someone also said, oh gosh, that's a while back. Someone said in the Discord that LTS kernel doesn't support that. So you need to use the Zen kernel or the non-LTS kernel. Actually, right. I wanted to implement kind of a fix for this, which would be to pre-install multiple kernels if you're on NVIDIA in case one of them doesn't work. Which is, yeah, NVIDIA. But then I still need to respect the setting that the user has for which kernel it should use by default. So I need to figure out some kind of way to programmatically edit the grub config as to which kernel should be put first. And I need to look into how to do that first. Oh my god, this is really interesting, the sway thing. Like, it's pretty much exactly what Pop! OS does. This is really, yeah, this is quite user-friendly, actually. I think if the first time I tried tiling Window Manager was i3 and it was put off pretty quickly and went back to GNOME. But I don't know if I had this. Huh. Like, yeah, this is really easy to figure out without having to know anything. So let's see how NVIDIA supports their Wayland stuff. Okay, I don't know if Nick Tanhe is getting back to us here. Match config dot get app sum value. I think sum is it option or result? I think this is an option. Or I in apps dot to as array print ln I colon question mark. Whoops. None. There's nothing at the moment. Doesn't want to accept this. Oh. No, this is definitely not the issue. What did I do wrong here? Missing match arm. Am I though? Oh. Wait, what? Oh. I need to move this out. There we go. now if we execute this, I really like that I can run cargo from anywhere within the project. Of course, I have to remove the previous config file. .config instant status. Remove config.toma. Initialized, yep. We got that. Okay. Something went wrong. Applet. It's not app. I'm dumb. It's a table, okay? This is not exactly what I was hoping for. Why is it a table? It's a lot of tables. But it should print the lines. Hello. Why is it not printing on individual lines? For ion apps as array. It's vector value. Should we just print another stuff in here? Or, oh, in i.asArray. Oh, okay, again, same mistake. Unwrap that. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Polly, as always.
Those Rust analyzer type hints are so awesome. They should do that in like every language that has type inference.
I agree. Like it's really convenient because Rust also really infers a lot of the type stuff implicit. So you can use a lot of generics and stuff, and just because of how you're using it, it automatically detects the type. So you don't have to write it. Like you can let.
Yeah, a lot of languages have that.
Yeah, let stuff equals the languages I'm coming from.
And you call a function, and then you'd have to go look at the return type of the function to actually know what type
exactly.
you have in your code.
Exactly, and in Java you obviously don't have to do that because you have to write out the type
in Java
anyway.
You technically can type var.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And it will infer. But
I've
nobody
never seen
does that because it's miserable. It just looks really weird.
Or C++ has auto as well. And
yeah, C++ has auto as well, but people don't use it everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there are some places where people use auto for everything.
Yeah.
But it's not like Rust where that's the default.
Yeah, and in Rust, it's really useful because you kind of have to have it.
Yeah, but imagine if every time you used auto in C++, it did the same thing. It just showed the type floating out there.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Like,
I wish there was like, I wonder if it's possible to write a Coq extension that literally just finds anywhere you can ask about a type. And
the COC extension for C++ is CLangD, which is part of CLang, the compiler.
So, yeah, but does it do It looks to
No,
me like
it
that
doesn't.
whole type floating thing isn't part of Rust Analyzer. It's actually COC Rust Analyzer.
Really? Like,
Yeah.
but Rust Analyzer for VS Code has the same thing.
Well, yeah, but I'm looking at COC Rust Analyzer, the repository,
Uh-huh.
and there is an inlay hints.ts. They
Oh.
have a bunch of code for
It
drawing
might be
these.
the case that the native COC API doesn't have this, because Rust Analyzer is the only LSP analyzer that actually does this.
Yeah, and
So,
it looks like they have an implementation
yeah,
over here.
it might be
drawing
that it's just the display, the rendering code, so that the actual stuff is still done by Rust Analyzer, because it's
Well, no, I'm sure it's analyzed with Analyzer, but it's the display code. I'm just trying to figure out, is it possible to port this display code to other
oh yeah,
languages?
yeah. But
Because that would be awesome.
yeah,
Port it over to C++ whenever
Yeah.
the word
I
auto
mean,
is used.
the problem is probably that you'd have to also then modify CLangD.
You think?
I don't know.
Surely you can just ask CLangD for the type of anything, and it's already.
Yeah, maybe it's part of the LSP standard. Then you can probably do it.
Well, I'd imagine asking for the type of something is
Yeah.
part of the standard, but maybe there's a separate part of the standard for rendering those hints. I don't know.
Yeah. So, it's actually written in Rust. Not TypeScript. It just uses
COC Rust Analyzer is.
Yeah, COC Rust Analyzer is a wrapper around Rust Analyzer. It downloads Rust Analyzer from GitHub and then runs the binary.
Well, no, but COC Rust Analyzer also has this type hint renderer thing. So
yeah, but
that's my theory, is that rendering thing is part of this repository.
Yeah. But like, the cool thing is most of the COC extensions are very, very simple, and they're just wrappers and use LSP to communicate. Yeah, they basically download the extension and then run it. And all the rest is done by LSP and the COC.
Yeah, the LSP basically is communicating one-on-one with the COC.
Yeah. I'm wondering if other editors also support LSP.
Most should.
LSP standard. I'm pretty sure there's Sublime Text. Oh, it also has an LSP client. It's not part of the editor, but it's an add-on.
So I guess it's how Conquer of Completion is to Vim.
Yes. But Vim does have a native one now. It's just not used anywhere yet. Or actually, some people are using it, but setting stuff up is not as simple as COC. COC literally, like, for example,
what's it called? The marketplace thing.
Yeah, I could very well imagine, for example, what's it called? You Complete Me. You'd have to download Rust Analyzer yourself and then specify the path to it in your vimrc or something like that. This is probably how most things would do it, but COC really is that simple in that it does everything for you. It attempts to really solve anything.
Well, they have something for the native LSP. If you look up LSP install.
Yeah.
But it has like a list of languages it supports, and then anything not on the list that isn't hard coded into their
actually,
is just
there's also LSP config, but they specifically specifically opted to not include any installers. That's where the LSP installer came from.
Yeah,
because
it has a couple of languages, but not everything.
Yeah, it does require a lot of work to set that stuff up to make it work every time. Because
and maintain it and make sure it works on every system.
If it breaks, then it's really hard to fix. Like if the Rust Analyzer gets somehow messed up, the native application, and you can't execute it, whatever, it might be really hard to fix because you can't just put something in your vimrc. which means it requires a lot of work. Or for example, the Eclipse thing, the Java plugin for COC is also very good. It just downloads part of Eclipse, which supports LSP, sets it all up with your Java runtime, and then runs it. And all of that, I mean, I know from experience with Instant Arch, there are a lot of special cases that you need to account for. And yeah.
Right, and if
It's
you
really
put them all in one
complicated.
main repo, then you're gonna get a complaint. Oh, hey, this old version of Mac OS does not support this. This command
Yeah.
doesn't work the same way or whatever.
Yeah. By the way, the Arch installer, it's really funny that they actually shipped that. Like, it doesn't have any input validation at all. If you type something wrong, it just hard crashes. Like, you get a Python error, and you need to start over. And I'm just amazed that debating whether or not to ship an interactive installer took so long. And then when they finally do it, it's just complete. It's something that someone wrote like over a weekend. And the beginner at
Concepts,
Python,
yeah.
the one that they actually opt to include is just so unfinished and basic. Where's the support thing? I thought, no, it's not. It's nah, status. I don't know if they've fixed it since, but there's actually an Arch ISO where it's just included in that state. Maybe they want to discourage people from using it. I don't know. Keep up the elite status just a tiny bit more. Nick Tanhe, you can use this command on a live session or whatever, anything that's booting and running Arch to get a shared session. It's called Arch Install, I think. Actually, I've been considering adding an Arch-only mode to Instant Arch so that you can use it as a general purpose Arch installer, because it already is a lot, has come a lot further than Arch install has. So maybe it could actually work as a standalone Arch installer.
Your installer still is a bit weird, right? It's just like popping up dialogues repeatedly.
You mean exiting out of stuff? It doesn't really do that anymore. If you press escape, you're getting a menu where you can go back or cancel the install. Which is something you can't do actually in Arch install. You can't go back. So now it does that properly.
Yeah, I haven't installed it in a while, if you can imagine.
Yes. It used to just lock you in the installer, but now you can go back, you can go forward, you can actually no, you cannot go forward.
I mean, you can put in the information to go forward.
Yeah, you can. But also at the end of the install, it allows you to go back to an individual step and redo that, and then it goes back to the end again. And I put some work into that. And it's just really surprising that the thing that the Arch team, which is just has so high standards for everything, just let's do some random install of from GitHub. It'll be fine.
Yeah, they just YOLO'd.
What? That was.
They just YOLO'd.
Yeah. But there are even installers that are a lot better than Arch install. Like, some of them are just as hard to use as Arch is to install using the wiki, which kind of defeats the purpose, I think. But there's Architect, which is a lot better than Arch install. Oh, they moved it to the official Arch Linux project. June 14th. Isn't that a while back? Okay. Yeah. Let's see how that looks in a year from now, but right now it's really basic.
Yeah. And there are installers like Pop! OS, which is like everything you could dream of.
Yeah, it really maybe I could move some stuff into the post installation so that the installer really, but probably not, no. One issue I have with the post installation stuff is that the locale doesn't really work on the first boot, and I have no idea why. So you need to reboot and then it works. Like, generating the locale from a shroot is kind of buggy. That's why I'm doing it in the post install. And probably I need to start the post install systemd service before LightDM, and it needs to have finished once LightDM launches. Maybe then the locale is fine, but I don't know. And rebooting a second time is kind of comes off like Windows. I don't want to do that. Oh. Oh, no, Niktana still hasn't sent the code.
I should do a commit that adds more colors to the X resources so I can configure more.
Oh no! Don't post it in the chat. People can access your machine over SSH. Oh god. Oh no. Okay, no one mess with his computer, please.
Okay, all 6 of the viewers watching now, please be very careful to not look. I'll stop. I'll stop.
Okay, wait. Can I delete the message?
I think so. Hey, can you help me out? My Google account is weird. You can log in with the username XEROOL and the password is also XEROOL. Just only you do that, no one else, by the way.
Actually, the streamer I was talking about earlier, his name is Destiny. He always gets account passwords for the game Destiny. So
people just ask him and tell him the password.
But he's older than the game. Like, his account is older. That's why he got like words like this. You couldn't imagine getting anything short and memorable like this. Creating an account today. Okay.
Right.
Sudo -i. Let's check out the disk setup.
That's why Destiny picked that name, even though they didn't have the username. It's because it's impossible to get usernames.
Okay, so he has... Jesus, what's this? Is he triple booting? What's this? Is this just Microsoft? Okay, this is the live disk? No, this one is. What's this then? No, this is a loop device, this is a live disk, and this is his Linux. Okay. Okay, wait, what? N1P. Okay. There we go. Let's see. Does he have... Where's Linux? Linux isn't installed. He has Linux LTS installed. So let's remove Linux LTS and install Linux and Zen. Then he doesn't need to do anything in grub. Oh, why can't I cancel this? Does Zen have Does Zen have headers?
I don't know. Let me try.
It does. Whoops. Oh god. No, please. I forgot to shoot.
Headers.
I forgot to shoot. Wait, what? Okay. Linux headers, Linux Zen headers. Let's do this. Whoa. What happened to the internet? Envim, Etsy, Pacman, the mirror list. Let's move this one up there. There we go. And then he does have NVIDIA. He doesn't have any NVIDIA. Okay, I need to do it in the shoot. Okay. Pacman, QI, NVIDIA. NVIDIA LTS is probably... Does he have any NVIDIA? He doesn't have any NVIDIA drivers. Why did... I don't really... How does he install NVIDIA utils but no NVIDIA drivers? Do they fail? Is this an issue with Instant Arch? Same last time. Okay, if grep NVIDIA DK... Oh, if you choose DKM... No, DKMS is fine. And grab NVIDIA, Pacman is... No, NVIDIA utils, NVIDIA LTS. But how? Pacman, no confirm, NVIDIA settings. Maybe I need to get a second drive and then install on there, because I don't want to do a reinstall right now. Or maybe I'll add to the debug menu just the system should pretend to have NVIDIA graphics. Ah. God, if there are specific... No, just the kernel. Let's do DKMS. And after that, update grub. Okay, this is really weird. I think I need to fix NVIDIA. Add that to the to-do. Actually, I might have a separate hard drive laying around. I could try and install onto there. DKMS takes a while. Let's close down some stuff already. Maybe it's because of the 30 series card. The 30 series card shouldn't prevent NVIDIA from installing though. Or maybe it does actually. That could be an explanation. Actually, let's try this. That the kernel module fails to install.
Kernel module shouldn't be based on the current card you have. It should just be the same one every time, right?
Yeah, I guess. NVIDIA LTS installs just fine. Update C8 Trust? No. Update Rub. Okay. No, I don't want Linux LTS. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, okay. I need to remove LTS actually. Oh god. I gotta wait for DKMS again. Oh, here's a fast computer. 30 series card. Holy shit. He's not messing around. TKMS. Should I do an instance? Oh. Before I forget about it, I want to create a QR code scanning instant assist. Also something that I'm kind of stunned that it's not a thing like on GNOME or something.
That's a cool one.
Because like...
Would that just be under the instant assists under like S?
Yeah, screenshot. Because like
Probably
some people
SQ.
even started SQ. Yeah, that's a good idea. Some people even started replacing links in their GitHub and stuff with QR codes. I don't really know why, but yeah, I guess they're trending now with all the COVID apps and stuff.
Yeah, people saw it in restaurants and they're like, they need to be everywhere. Contactless. That way you won't get coronavirus from our GitHub repository.
Yeah, I think it's kind of cool that that QR codes are finally getting what people said they would like 5 years ago. But back then you'd have to put your phone above them like for 2 minutes until it finally recognized it. And the concept was cool, but it was just not worth it using it. But I mean, now computer vision is getting to a point where it's just very convenient and not having to type and stuff. And the application of getting small amounts of data from your phone to your phone via the physical location is kind of cool, because it's just people are actually using If you have to put like some kind of code into an app, people are not going to do that. Okay. Wait. It's Linux. It's Linux Zen. Is Linux Zen not in here? I'm confused now. Linux Zen isn't in. Why? Yeah, also has fast internet. Okay, this is going to take a while. Oof, I think this is the longest stream I've done so far. Like by kind of a lot.
24-hour stream, anyone?
1.52 thousand subscriber special.
Actually, how are the subscribers doing? Yeah, 1,520. Finally, dark mode for YouTube Studio. I mean, it's still slow as shit, but they're getting somewhere. Okay, now we have Linux and Linux Zen, no Linux LTS. I mean, reboot? Question mark.
Tab 9 is really nice. That's actually super cool.
Yeah, I think GitHub Copilot is really impressive, but it's too aggressive to be honestly useful. Like you're spending time reading through a lot of plausible looking code just to find out it's complete bullshit and just has the appearance of something decent.
Mm.
It's basically
Holy
all of
heck.
AI in a nutshell if you subtract advancements in hardware.
What? I was distracted by.
You just summarized all of neural networks in a nutshell.
Yeah, kind of.
I just looked at what they're claiming Copilot can do. I'm just looking at their webpage, and it writes an entire function. That's terrifying.
Yes, it's kind of really impressive, but often like I used it to write a Rust function that would parse color codes, and it just put out really solid looking code, but like midway through I realized that it basically doesn't do anything or doesn't compile, and it's it's surprising how long it takes you to realize it's total bullshit.
What they probably should have done is like, you know, the concept of adversary neural networks.
Not really.
So the concept is basically you have your neural network that you train against another neural network, and the other neural network tries to trick the first one.
Oh yeah,
into recognizing something for what
it's
it is.
how
I've heard of that. I just didn't know the name.
The adversary here should have been compilers.
Yes. The problem is they're using GPT-3, which has been trained on a whole bunch of stuff that 99% of which is not useful to programming.
Yeah.
They should just train.
So
yeah.
I mean, as an extra stage to training, they should have just have it go against compilers in like as a first order bullshit test, and then as a second order bullshit test, you can still give it actual
Yeah, that's-
programmers.
Adversarial neural networks is how you make neural networks that can generate things plausibly. Because you have one neural network that comes up with stuff, and then its evaluation function is actually another neural network that you train, which is a discriminator to try and tell whether or not it's a fake generated one or a real one from the data set.
Yeah.
So that's just how you'd make neural networks. But it's funny that does it really make things that don't compile?
Yes, like the model they're using is GPT-3, which has been trained by OpenAI, and has, I think the database was
like
Wikipedia, Stack Overflow, various forums, Reddit, everything. It can also speak every language, like
right.
it has German, English, everything in there. Programming happens to be one of the things that it kind of can do.
Right,
which
but it's
means
not 100% on it.
No, like programming
It's
is probably
trained by
1%.
just looking at a bunch of code and kind of guessing what looks like
it
code,
it hasn't
as
been
opposed to
the
seeing
thing is,
an actual
yeah,
compiler.
the thing is 1% of the stuff it's been given has probably been code.
Right.
But
I wonder if you used it to generate something with a programming language like Elm with the world's most helpful compiler errors.
But
that would be like a match made in heaven.
For example, someone completely rebuilt it actually, or did create a neural net that basically can do everything GPT-3 can do, and it's called GPT-J. There's actually an online playground. It's really impressive. Like what I did is I entered thesis, antithesis, and then it should do synthesis. But it then wrote an entire scientific article claiming that these terms were invented by Pascal, which they were not. But it claimed that it was. It wrote up the title of the article in which he allegedly published that stuff, somehow connected it all to religion, and it's all very, very plausible if you just read over, but it's total bullshit.
It just made up an article because it's like, this feels like an article.
Yeah, like this can do every language. I don't know.
Even on a little bit more than superficial reading, it might make sense to people because they have heard of the connection of Pascal to Pascal's wager and to religion and stuff. It makes a little more than superficial sense.
Yeah,
and that's,
what also
that's
was really impressive, all the dates, it put like tons of details in there, and all the dates could fit into Pascal's life. Like it was first he came up with the idea at the age of blah 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 in the date blah blah blah, and then later the idea was discarded but resurfaced in blah blah blah, and all the dates perfectly matched up, which is what the fuck. Okay, this is not that impressive. Maybe with a capital C.
No, but tab 9 was like completing like strings too.
Yeah, tab 9 was actually trained on exclusively code, and probably also had compilers and everything to check that it compiles.
Yeah, but I'm running it in. This is very clearly not an environment it's learned in. This is the worst use case ever. This is like a modified version of XML that isn't actually compliant with XML, and it's just giving suggestions, you know?
Yeah. Oh my god. This translates, I tried German because German is probably one of the smaller sets it was trained on. And it more on the topic of political violence and gender relations in Germany.
Wait, is GPT-J just better than GPT-3 and public?
It is public, and I think in most tests it's either the same, slightly better, and some tests it also did worse, but it's basically comparable to GPT-3. And it's also
GPT-3 is like you have to ask permission. and it'll
GPT-3.
approve you.
They
And
didn't publish.
GPTJ, you can
They
just
did.
install.
They didn't publish the model because it was quote unquote too dangerous. So they sold it to Microsoft, and now you have to use it through Azure. So now they put quotas on it, and you can send input to it and get output back. And
But they're running it and not you.
yeah,
and all that
it all
stuff.
gets built through Azure. So the model is basically public, but you can't download it. You can just use it through Azure.
And they can see everything you do on it.
Of course. And GPTJ is completely public. I think the model is 90 gigabytes, and that's kind of
What
chunky.
I find
I just typed pip install GPTJ and my computer did not run out of memory.
I don't think that's how that works.
What I find impressive about that particular example is it knows about relative sentences. It did the German das with two s
Yes,
correctly.
Yeah.
That is wow. It is interesting, but yeah.
That's true.
Also, das Lebensmittel mehr heilbar is pretty pretty interesting.
Let's try this.
No groceries.
I'm really curious what it comes up with now. But for example, it can also turn into a chatbot, and when you do question colon and then do a question and then a colon, then it answers the question after the a colon. Or you can turn it into a translator by doing Spanish colon and then English colon, and then it can translate Spanish to English.
Right.
Okay, it doesn't know what I think this is forum posts. It's mimicking forum posts. I've been really happy with it for the last few years, but I'm always looking for a better desktop experience. So I'm interested to hear what you're using. Yeah, this is forum posts, and then Weissbrot.
It's generating Reddit or something.
And it's even doing separators. Like this is incredible, I think. Oh my god. That being said, I've been using Linux.
There's a Tom Scott video about this exact thing. The separators and that it's generating stuff.
Including both Arch, Debian, and have been very happy with both. The Arch Antergos experience is a lot smoother than the Debian Chrome.
It's making assertions about. Did you hear that? Debian or they did the deep learning and it says that Chrome
Linux
OS is worse.
and Debian / Chrome OS.
We did some machine learning and it determined that Chrome OS is not as smooth of an experience as Arch. Publish the study right now.
Oh, it's quoting someone here. The way the firmware is updated and the fact that it's a binary blob isn't exactly an open source development. It's even complaining about stuff. Seem to be convenient forgetting that the same firmware that's insecure is also.
We need to write a paper claiming that we used AI to determine
Bateman guy, this Fictionary thing is not GPL licensed.
What you're referring to? Wait.
Does it have the copy pasta memorized? Is this just a prompt responder? Because I remember seeing a whole this thing. Let me paste the link. There you go. Google, please don't believe I'm a bot.
I mean, the entire network just takes an input and an output, and if it's the same network for everything, basically, I think what most programs utilizing
tab
it.
completes to text.
Oh my god!
It just puts it in the middle. You can put it wherever.
Did you post something anywhere in Botspam?
In YouTube chat.
YouTube chat. Oh.
If Google filtered it out because it's a URL.
No, it filtered it out. You can put it in Discord. I think what most programs utilizing these, it doesn't even tell you. These networks do is that they just add input to the network that you don't see. For example, like, I don't know, annotations that say this is Python code, so don't come up with a novel, please.
Right.
Right, there's the transformer.
As flexible as the people who use it, says Dan Dickey.
So this is just you can type and then hit tab to autocomplete things in there.
Yeah, it basically then puts everything there through the model, so it probably writes a lot of it, and then they probably algorithmically filter out, oh, this is GPT-2, this is the precursor to GPT-3.
Yeah, because it's the free one that people have heard of. I guess, I don't know.
Yeah, it basically puts all this through and then filters probably
It might
out
even
some...
put in a blank and say fill in the blank. Or something like that.
I like that they have the unicorn icon.
It's it's also, it looks 3D printed. Thank you. This is really helpful. Put a single period.
I promise it's helpful sometimes.
Oh, is this something you can actually use like this?
I don't know. They have a GitHub.
I think GPT-2 isn't public either, is it?
I thought they made it public at some point.
I mean, at first they said
they'd release everything.
They wouldn't yet.
Yeah.
Because it's too dangerous. For spam
unless you're
like
paying
that.
for it, unless you're paying us.
Yeah, no, that's just you're paying to vet that your purposes are okay for them to.
There's
to
no
vet
profit
that
model.
Your purposes are okay.
I mean,
they are not actually.
There's
making
no
money
profit
out of
motive. That would be crazy.
Anyone who has money is
No.
basically trustworthy.
Yes.
Okay,
Let's
seems
skip
like...
middleman and not give votes to people, but vote to money.
Yeah. You are correct that most GNU/Linux distributions use the Linux kernel. Most of them, but not all. You're also correct that many distributions are not based on the Linux kernel. Like, if someone didn't know this was not true, then it makes sense. Or no, actually, GNU/Linux is in the name.
Did it memorize the entire copy pasta?
No, this is a completely new copy pasta. Nothing about this is written by Stallman. It's just in his style.
Can you turn up the parameters to make it? Because I'm sure it's seen this exact
Red Hat
quote
are
more
not
than 10
based
times.
on the Linux kernel. I am shocked. Shocked, I say.
Arch Linux is not based on Linux.
Hence the name.
Ubuntu doesn't use the Linux kernel.
It's installed from the Debian repository. For the Debian, it is not updated for the Linux kernel. As a result, it's likely to be out of date and you will run into problems. And then
Debian is likely to be out of date, but it's not because it doesn't use Linux.
Also, it's not the case that it causes more problems.
Yeah, Debian is actually kind of stable, and that is like the point.
Yeah. Oh, and here it's repeating. Oh, send result as prompt. Didn't realize this was temperature. I think you can turn up the temperature. One of them is more towards giving out information that it's seen previously, and I don't know what this is.
Yeah, it's like it's creativity.
Yeah, temperature is...
Sometimes you're in cases where there is one correct answer, and sometimes you're in cases where it's supposed to generate a couple of candidates and pick whatever it feels like. But yeah.
I think hotter is more creative, and colder is more rehearsed stuff, right? At the risk of being blunt, I could totally see Stallman saying this. The Ubuntu Debian kernels are updated regularly and the distribution is maintained to be up to date. That's kind of the opposite of what he's claiming here. Which is based on SLS. What's SLS? Okay, so if we turn down the temperature, it should be more towards the copy pasta, right?
Yeah, and it should also feel less random. Like
Yeah.
the sentences should be more connected to each other.
Oh, by the way, worked. The Nick Tanhe thing worked. Why is my dark reader not working, by the way? Oh. No. Oh, GNU is the operating system and Linux is the kernel. I'm not sure why you're so confused. I conclude my point. Originally posted by Jimmy D. Okay, yeah, this is technically not that random, but kind of boring.
Great.
Okay.
I am not confused. I am confused.
Yeah, he's impersonating you,
Yeah.
Jimmy D. My OneDrive folder last synced on Windows doesn't seem to open in the file manager. Anyone knows if that means I'm... YouTube is totally okay with that, but URLs, I don't know. It's probably NTFS or the OneDrive client. Anyways, you're probably not fucked. You can just download it through the web interface. All right. Closer. Whoops. You can see my big income from YouTube. Video received a copyright claim. Ooh.
What?
Okay, this might be true. I used the Blender trailer music. File Explorer says not supported. I think this is a bigger issue. Maybe you can put that in the Discord. I think I'm gonna close the stream soon.
Yes, it feels a little bit drunk. Probably we should end the party.
Oh, and Discord just died. I think Discord has a memory leak. It gets progressively worse all the time. Yeah, definitely didn't start out like this. It's just a straight up memory leak. Can you still hear me, by the way? Oh no.
Yeah.
But it seems really with a lot of delay.
No, I just took forever to respond.
Okay. Yeah, but like, holy shit, the interface. Whoops.
Yeah, it does get really bad. I don't know how it gets that
Is
bad.
that happening for you too?
Yeah, I've had cases where I've had to restart Discord.
And then after that, it's fine until it comes back.
I've only noticed that when I leave it overnight because I don't know.
You're having a monster machine. Oh, by the way, do you have that IRC YouTube chat thing?
I totally forgot about it, but I'll look it up for you.
Okay, cool. My YouTube studio is still completely on screen. Whoops. Okay, but yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream at this point. Thanks to the one people who are still here. Oh no, Oskarek is still here. Poli is still here, and YouTube thinks they're invisible. So
I mean,
that's great.
fair enough for people leaving when you say multiple times, I think I'm gonna end this.
Yes. And trailing off into random AI
But
adventures.
if they are loyal customers, they should know that doesn't mean
Meaning.
anything. It's basically like hello for them.
Yeah, we'll be streaming 2 hours later. Still.
Oh yeah.
I wanted to say one reason that my brother didn't like Instant OS is because of the brightness of the lime green on the bar.
Oh, this. Yeah, probably
The-
the theme needs to be reworked at some point.
I don't want to be mean, but
I definitely need a GTK theme that fits, like, yeah, it's just Arc, and problem
yeah,
is,
well, I mean, Arc
Yeah,
is
what-
fine.
yeah, it
A
maybe
lot of
change the
more
green.
Arc.
I think the green is maybe a bit lighter than that of Arc.
Yeah, I could see it being reasonable if the text were that green color, but with the
Yeah.
whole background being the green, it's really bright. Not that the theme really matters too much, but I am kind of a theming kind of person, if you
Yes,
couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, the number one complaint I received was also it's too colorful.
Hmm.
Yeah, so like what I have right now looks like this. How do I screenshot this? Where should I put it? Discord, I guess.
Yeah, maybe we should do a streaming channel.
I guess I'll put it in talk spam because
Yeah.
close enough.
Yeah.
So my bar looks like this actually. So I have gone in and just put.
Yeah, the Windows way.
What do you mean by that?
Windows went from having accent colors to just having the same color but brighter or slightly blue.
Yeah, so I would have it all the exact same color and change the color of the text if I could.
Uh-huh.
But right now Instant OS, at least that little bit of the X resources in the
Yeah, I'm actually the X resources of Instant WM definitely need a rework because someone, was it you? I don't know. Contributed a PR for Instant Menu, which had all of the colors in a hierarchy, so it auto generates the entries. So you can have selected.hover color, selected.shadow color, and stuff like that.
Right.
And with Instant Window Manager, it's kind of all hard coded and
kind
random.
of just random colors.
Yeah,
And
and
there's a couple of places where like this is dark red and this is also dark red, and then you're kind of
yeah, and
you're
I
configuring
like
them
that.
both
I like that
confusing.
hierarchy, and it's also a lot less lines of code because the hierarchy is generated
It's
by
easy
code.
to tell what you're doing too because it's not some.
Yeah, I definitely will do that.
Okay.
Or maybe someone
Because
else. I
right
don't
now
know.
all of the text is forced to white colored, so the best you can do is change the background. But I would really, really love it to be like, I'm just imagining what if the number was grayed out if there's no windows under it, and maybe it all was blank, but it would just grayed out if there's nothing there.
Yeah,
and I would love that.
One of the problems if you introduce too many color selectors is that you need to set all of them. If you want to change, for example, the text color, the global text color, and don't want any difference between them, then you'd have to put in a bunch more lines. Like if I gave the ability to change text color.
Does have the star? Can't you do wildcards in there?
I think you can, yes. But yeah.
But yeah, at least at this point,
for example,
with the current naming convention,
what would be great if you could set a default text color and then the selected color falls back to that color. I don't know if X Resources already does this.
Is X Resources secretly style sheets that are cascading? That's what we really want here.
CSS support for X11 in X12. We'll get it someday.
Well, really, you want something like CSS where you can very easily, at almost any level, say, I want this to apply to everything, all of the children, and then you can just add exceptions.
Yeah.
And then if it's not there, it comes from the parent kind of thing. It would be nice to have a not CSS, because CSS is specific to web, but like something like that. That would be really cool to just see as a as some library of some sort. Oh, you can read configuration files, and it's
Yeah.
easy to set wide wildcards of things.
Although I think GTK actually does this. I mean, it supports CSS.
Yeah. But is it like CSS with CSS specific styling things, or is it just CSS colors?
It's CSS syntax. Like, actually, I think.
Yeah.
At least GTK 3.
Yeah, that was my understanding as well.
But yeah, I think CSS is specific to web. Meanwhile, all GTK apps. Yes. But yeah, I think now I'm going to end the stream for real and gonna go to bed soon. So yeah, thank you to the 3 people now. I think if I'm now not ending the stream, then there'll be no one left. But yeah, also yeah, it's been really nice talking to you guys and making some progress on instant status and stuff.
Yeah, see
Yeah.
you later.
Okay. Bye.
Yeah, let us know next time.
Mm-hmm.